Should I start? Okay, thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Your Honor, Commissioners. My name is Karen Chingshen Yeho. I live in 1305 Via de Pepe, Boynton Beach, Florida. Last time when I came to the budget meeting, I listened to all of your concern about affordability for the homeowners, and I'm grateful for that. I want to point out the mortgage company looking at principal, interest, tax, insurance. In addition to that is homeowner association fee and condo association fee. Recently, the homeowner association fee and condo association fee skyrocketed for no reason. For absolutely no reason, because the Florida statute specifically said just pay for necessary expenses. But the condo association and homeowner association add to the reserve fund, reserve extraordinary amount. I'm on the board, in many board members. And then when I attend the meeting, I say, where's my reserve deposit? It's not your business. I say, that's my business because it's my money. So it happened to me personally, and also other victims. It's property defraud. What happened is attorney filed a lawsuit without necessary court papers, and they invent their own, they writing their own lien against the property, which is fraud. We have a Florida statute 817 for forgery. And then this discovery in Miami, Humax, homeowner association fee, they stole $11 million. And later on, who's going to be responsible for? Homeowners. So it's very incredible that we need to crack down on this kind of scam, property scam, and we need to have our law enforcement understand Florida statute 617, Florida statute 712, Florida statute 718, and Florida statute 720 in order to crack the case. I am a Florida licensed real estate broker. I'm a Florida licensed community association manager. I'm also a professional teacher for math, science, and ESOL, 5th grade to 9th grade, accountant, and I'm especially in fraud auditor when I was working in the Wall Street. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. If I called your name, you should have made your way to the lectern. We have one on each side.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Mindy Toback, and I am a former director of Boca Flores Condominium Association. Good afternoon, Mayor Baxter and commissioners. I recently sent a letter to you, Mayor Baxter, and Commissioner Sachs regarding us coming up to present our case. I was here, in fact, last time in October of 2024 with 60 of our residents. At that time, we informed you of the situation our over 55 residents have been burdened with now for 8 years. Boca Flores is a condominium of 120 units located just west of Lyons Road in Boca Raton. Our developer, Pulte Homes, asked Palm Beach County to abandon a road, Vista del Lago, in order to build Boca Flores. The county approved that abandonment, but did not require Pulte Homes to make any repairs to the road or provide funds for future maintenance. VDL Road is not a road inside of our community. It provides access to our community and one other. This road was 40 years old at the time of abandonment and in desperate need of repairs. Virtually no maintenance was done on this county-owned road during the prior 40 years. VDL floods substantially after a common summer rainstorm and becomes unpassable for many of our residents. A significant source of the water originates on Lyons Road, which is a county road. This water heads south on Lyons Road and then west onto Vista del Lago, adding to the flooding as there is no catch basin to redirect the water coming off of Lyons Road. Rather than asking the county to take the road back as we've done previously and make those repairs, we are just asking the county to repair a small portion of the road, just under 300 feet, which runs in front of the Palm Beach County Fire Rescue Station. This section of road we refer to as the Fire Station Road, which is the sole source of entry and exit for the fire rescue station. This section of road has borne the weight of the massive fire trucks for 45 years now, resulting in significant deterioration. In 2024, Commissioner Sachs asked us why we weren't going to Pulte and asking them to make these repairs. Well, an agreement has been reached with Pulte Homes to provide some of the funding to make repairs to a portion of the road. However, the funds are not enough to cover the entire road. The flooding of the road has created numerous health and safety issues for residents of Boca Flores and the Pines, the other community. Several commissioners were compassionate to our cause in 2024, and several indicated a wrong would be corrected, but to date, nothing has been done. Please direct the appropriate individuals to do what is only right and fix this wrong. We will make ourselves available to speak with anyone to discuss this matter further.
Excuse me, a couple questions for you.
Sure.
You said you sent this in an email, just the two of us?
It's my district.
Go ahead, Commissioner Sachs.
Appreciate it. I appreciate all the work with you. This has been an issue that has not gone away. So let's see if we can't get the solution today.
That would be
My
wonderful.
chief of staff's going to come on up and take you to my office, and let's see if we can't resolve this. This involves engineer.
Hold
No.
on. Commissioner Sachs, hold on one second. Attorney Audi.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners. This is a matter that's currently in litigation, and it has been for a while, and therefore I'm asking the board not to make any comments regarding the issues of the lawsuit, because the person who is speaking is a plaintiff who is represented by counsel who is also in the audience, and I think it's inappropriate.
Who's a lawyer? Stand up, sir. Come on up here. I want to know who you are.
May I say something as well?
Just 1 minute. I want to know who you are, sir, and do you represent this lady in an ongoing litigation regarding the road that she's discussing?
Yes, we represent.
Thank you. What's your name?
Matt Remenda.
Say it again.
Matt Remenda,
What law firm?
Weiss Sirota.
Weiss
Sirota.
Sirota. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
That's all. Thank you. I did not know this is in litigation at this time. There's an ongoing litigation at this area, but the condition of that road is something that's a safety issue. So, Mr., if I could please, no, I know it because I've been there, it's in my area.
I think
so.
Commissioners-
If we could just make sure before she speaks, okay, that this could have come up at the very beginning before she laid these issues before the record publicly, I would have appreciated it. But if this is an ongoing litigation, this is not the forum. And the attorney should know that. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience. But if you're in litigation, this is not the forum for it.
Am I permitted to say something?
I don't know. It's up to the mayor and the attorney.
Because you have had your 3 minutes. Thank you. Ms. Smith, please state your name for the record.
Linda Smith, Sierra Club, Loxahatchee Group, Jupiter, Florida. I'm going to talk about Project Tango. Sorry, I will not be able to attend the July 15th hearing, so a little endurance here. I understand your vote will only be on the amendments. Basically, this project was approved in 2016. I still propose that you vote against this. Of course, you know I don't think you should approve any privately initiated amendments unless there is a clear public benefit supported by the public. Project Tango is obviously neither. Good luck to all of you and to us on July 15th. I want to ask you, the commissioners, why you have not initiated a one-year moratorium on the Hyper AI data center like 3 other counties, and now I think there are actually more. I sent your attorneys and yourselves copies of Citrus, Nassau, and Clay counties. I have 9 copies of the Clay County here I would like to have put into the record officially. So far, I haven't gotten any response, but I'll be happy to wait. Okay, hearing none. How about rezoning our zoning ordinances to redefine data centers into the old-fashioned 2016 data center considered light industrial and the heavy hyper AI data centers? We need metrics. How much water, how much power, how much noise will this make? What's the difference between light industrial and heavy industrial for data centers? A clarification. How much low-frequency noise? How much light? I'm sorry, repeated myself. Have you directed staff to start this process? I understand it's a long process, but we have to get started. Has staff asked you if they should start the process? I've asked. I have just recently realized to put in public requests. I'm waiting for the answer. I can wait. Nope. Not sure how many of you are, well, I do actually know how many of you are on the August primary, but I don't know how many of you have made statements to allow you to possibly recuse yourself. You have 1.5 weeks. Many of your opponents have stated their opposition to Project Tango. Everyone, please vote. Your eligibility for voting has recently changed. And if I have 19 seconds, I'm still asking you to pause the $1.5 billion proposed incinerator. There are less expensive ways to deal with our waste. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Smith, are you planning to stay until the end of our meeting today?
I don't know. Are you going to make it worth my while? You mean matters by the public or the whole? I understand.
Mr. Comments are
halfway
after
through.
everything.
Can I call you?
No, but you can watch on TV. I just
Okay.
think you might want to.
I might stay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Weiss.
Who's next? I guess those people from Boca are not speaking.
Since the matter is in litigation, we decided that the rest of us should not speak
Okay.
at this time. Thank you.
All right, so that would be
Thank you.
That would be
Bob.
Mindy, Miriam, and Bob.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, next up is, I'll call the next batch. That's going to be Gail Ladd, Maria Pisano, Sam Citron, and Jane Justice. Oh, I got two more. Gabrielle Fox and James Doherty. Please make your way up to the lecterns. Thank you.
Okay, ready? Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Gail Ladd from Jupiter, Florida. Wow. First, I want to thank you for taking so many current impactful issues. You have so much on your plate. Perhaps you need a platter? There is the Project Tango issue. I agree with the Zoning Commission denial of the project in the form requested to the Zoning Board. I hope you, as a board, do as well. We will be revisited on the 15th, so I will not go into all the negatives. The transportation survey and proposals, some are very interesting. Some are resurfacing after many years. The agricultural reserve. Always, I have to, as a Sierra Club member, ask that developers do not continue to ask for zoning modifications. The meetings you held and the survey asking for input noted that most residents and county residents agree to no more commerce needed. But now I want to ask you that as a member of the Beyond Burning group of Palm Beach County, that you put forth initiatives, some outside the proverbial box. If Palm Beach County can reduce waste by half, it is possible. We won't need a new incinerator. I ask that incentives be put forth to encourage more composting, maybe large containers outside restaurants, and condos that would be collected each day. Mandatory or plus or minus recycling by restaurants and condo senior living communities, for example. As a retired educator, it was always heartwarming to see how the students overwhelmingly took on the challenges of recycling and reusing. We need to encourage that level of enthusiasm by all ages in the county. Any new initiatives could be paid for by the money saved in not building a new replacement incinerator. And since it is solid waste, the Solid Waste Authority will have the money available, and the staff can continue their efforts to make Palm Beach County a safer, cleaner, less polluted place to live. It is a possibility. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please state your name for the record.
Maria Pisano, Jupiter Farms, Florida. Next week, you will be making a decision if Project Tango will go through. I am here to ask that you deny the data center. However, if you are not able to do so at the next meeting, I am asking that you put in place a moratorium for at least a year and that use the time for the purpose of really studying if there are ways to mitigate the negative impact of the center. That would be difficult as it is well documented that the noise and light pollution, the drain on our electric and water resources are too overwhelming to counteract, but maybe experts can find a way. I'm not an expert, definitely, but I think one of the things I have thought about was that the use of maybe wastewater to cool these centers, because water is one of my major concerns. You have been hearing from people that you represent, and the majority of the people do not want this data center to become a reality. Please vote no as our representatives in this democracy. I have a resolution of the Everglades Coalition opposing the Project Tango, and I would like to enter into the record for your review. Just want to mention, since I have a couple more minutes, next week there is a hearing on the building of a school in Jupiter Farms where I reside, and I am opposing this, and I'm begging the commissioners to please not change the rural character of our community. And I'm still advocating for zero waste. And Linda spoke about that as well as scale, I believe. So I'm sure you're familiar with the whole matter. Thank you. Who do I give this to?
Hello, I'm Jane Justice, and I'm here about the data center and something else, but my friend was at the zoning board. I'm so thankful. I think it says a lot that the zoning board has overturned the decision to do that. And the idea that in 2016, and now we're at, 2026, it's a big difference in what was approved way back then. And the fact that everybody from every side of the fence is dead against it. I have been watching, across the country, I kind of monitor things from the top. Everybody is suffering. In fact, they even found a situation where they approved one in Georgia, and the water was going underneath the ground to the data center, unbeknownst to anybody, and they were getting that water for free. There are people that don't have water now because of it. And it's a serious situation. It's not just the water. You know who's going to pay for it. We're going to pay for it, and we're tapped out. And it's critical. It's devastating. It's devastating. Where do the birds have an opportunity? Where the birds, the bees, come on, even the bees. We are not going to survive at the speed of the overbuilding, the devastation that's going across this state. And yet, locally, we can't even empty the garbage cans at the bus station. So I really have little faith. I appreciate your job. I know it's a difficult one. But how can you, when all the people are against it, approve it? Really, you cannot. You really cannot do that. And I'm really, there's many issues that are going on right now in our country. It's a terrible situation. A lot of things are like hitting it's like a cataclysmic kind of a thing going on. But you cannot keep making decisions, according to so-called experts. The data is in that it's going to be devastating and cost a lot of money. And then in the end, we will end up with no water. You're going to tell us we can't water our lawns or whatever? You're going to tell us we have to monitor the water we intake? Listen. These things happen. I know living in Palm Beach County, we tend to believe that this is just going to go on. And the other thing is, I see I have 23 seconds, 22, the flock cameras. Gabby Fox is on her way in here late. I hope you let her speak, but the flock cameras are way out of line. They're unconstitutional. How is this stuff going on like this behind our backs? The people don't know what's going on. The information war is a serious one. And we count on you. We count on you. You're getting paid very well. Please serve the people's interests. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sam Citron, Gabrielle Fox, James Doherty.
Good afternoon. Sam Citron. I'm against the Project Tango for a number of reasons. It brings pollution to the area. Electric bills go up, pollution go up. We have a delicate environment in the ag reserve. In the past, people were holding back on selling the lands to get big money for businesses. Something like this is happening in Texas, where farms are holding out on selling the lands so they can get more money from selling it to data mining centers. Our farmland is winding down. Water is going down. Who's paying for all these water bills? Maybe Elon Musk may help the situation if he sells these data mines, sends them to outer space, as he's thinking of doing. We have heat waves. What's happening to our environment? As responsible citizens, we should hold off on all these data mines. We have all these IT being set up. People are losing their jobs. And only 1% of the population is making money. What are we doing? Basically, that's what I want to say. Heat waves. Every year, the weather gets hotter on record. How long is this going on? How long is this going to go on? So I hope you heed that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Please state your name for the record.
My name is James Doherty from Palm Beach Gardens. Bear with me, I'm super nervous. Good afternoon, mayors and members of council. The reason why I'm here today is because we have an event that's happening at Beach 55, and it doesn't seem like the organizers are, I hope I'm even here on the right day to mention this, but there's a large group of people that are meeting at beach number 55. I think it started as a monthly, now it's weekly. They're doing this during turtle nesting season. They have been asked to relocate it. For the most part, they have refused. They agreed to stop before nightfall, and I'm being told by other people they have, even although they agreed to do that, they have not. I'm going to cut through this a little quicker than everything I wrote. I do know the town of Jupiter has a noise ordinance, but they haven't been able to apply it because of who actually takes care of what, the difference between the parking areas and the dry sand. But that also kind of lends itself to the federal take violation under the Endangered Species Act, creating and reoccurring loud night event that causes false crawls. constitutes illegal harassment and protect the species. In case you don't know what that means that the turtles come, but then they actually don't lay eggs, or, and then even if that happened, the fact that they're just dancing around there on a weekly basis is not good. Initially, I thought these events were great. I went to them myself. I had a good time. But I've noticed that it's grown larger, and because of a lack of facilities, people are using the dunes and wooded areas to use as a restroom. This is also, I'm starting to see this as a hostile takeover of our beaches. That might sound like over the top, but that's the way I see it at this point. History shows, because I'm from New York and I moved down here in 2011, I loved it here, but there was a nice quiet beach we had on Long Island, and because of certain reasons it ended up in the news, it got overcrowded, and a lot of bad things started to happen. Some of the things which I'm starting to see happen now. So we either make, if we make an exception for this one group, we're going to invite other groups to do the same, and these beaches are like the most beautiful I've seen anywhere, and I've been to quite a few beaches, and I just hate to see what's gonna, if this continues, what's gonna happen. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If you don't mind, I think we have a couple questions. Who are you referring to that's on the beach? And Commissioner Marino, are you aware of this issue? Please proceed.
There is a group that's doing an event. Residents have reached out to my office. I've reached out to the town of Jupiter. Jupiter is working with the organizers of these events. I reached out to Jennifer Cirillo because of Parks, and you always hate to say it's not the county's jurisdiction, but it's not the county's jurisdiction. But we are still trying to come up with some solutions, the county and the town of Jupiter. And that's the best I can tell you right now.
Okay, thank you. And if I could bring up one more thing, now they're starting to talk online of people having counter protests. This is also a concern, and I told people don't do it. If anything, just go enjoy the beach and take up the parking spots. I don't want to see this craziness. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, we just have three non-speaking cards, one regarding records retention, one regarding freezing the funding for Palm Beach International Airport, and another one, same thing. With that, I'll enter those into the record.
Did Gabby Fox ever show up?
No.
Okay. With the indulgence of my board, instead of waiting until commissioner comments, there's a few things, and I sent out an email, an interoffice memorandum to all my fellow commissioners yesterday, and I wanted to address two things, but the first one in the memo is a moratorium on any future large-scale AI data centers. And I'll just read it to you. The rapid development of large-scale artificial intelligence data centers raises significant concerns regarding energy, water consumption, and impacts on infrastructure, utility costs, environmental, and public health considerations, and the compatibility of these facilities with surrounding communities. At the upcoming Board of County Commissioners, I am now requesting that the board consider a temporary moratorium on new large-scale AI data centers for development within unincorporated Palm Beach County. This temporary moratorium will allow the county sufficient time to evaluate the potential impacts of these facilities and to review and update applicable land use classifications, zoning districts, development standards, and other provisions of the Unified Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan to establish clear regulations governing the location, the design, operation, and compatibility of these large-scale AI data center developments. Palm Beach County must ensure that development of this scale is considered with full transparency and a clear understanding of long-term impacts on our infrastructure, resources, and residents. So initially, when this all first came up, I have never once ever said I have supported a data center. And because I actually publicly came out against data centers and the hyperscale data centers, which is one of the things I think we will look at in the moratorium of what we're going to regulate because I publicly oppose it, I have been asked to recuse myself from the upcoming vote. I won't participate. I will point out that even not being here, I'm still not a yes vote. You would have to get 4 yes votes. So a not voting is still a no vote. Unfortunately, because of my public comments, I won't be able to sit in this seat and publicly oppose it. I will have to attend with my fellow constituents in the audience. But I just wanted to make everyone aware, I have never supported a data center, but I do think we need some thoughtful consideration of what potential guardrails could look like, because nobody wants these in their backyard, and I fully understand that. If I live next door to it, I wouldn't want it next to me. So, and that's all I'm going to say on that. And so I will give, I guess, direction to staff to bring, or actually, no, do we need a motion? So I ask someone make the motion to apply a temporary moratorium on any future hyperscale AI data centers until we get some.
So you can have your discussion, and the motion will be to direct us to come back with an ordinance for the temporary moratorium.
Okay,
if that's the will of
perfect.
the board.
Would anyone make that motion? Commissioner Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thinking this thing through, what's the rush to do it today, right? We have the meeting next week where we'll be voting on Project Tango to make a motion today to go into a moratorium, and this won't impact Project Tango.
Right, it won't.
And any others that are currently in play. What would be the impetus to put a moratorium in place today as opposed to waiting until the 15th when we deal with that particular issue, then moving forward, unless there's more data centers that are being prepared to be put in queue before that particular date?
To the attorney's point, we can't start it today, but we'd be putting an ordinance in place. Is that what you were saying, county attorney?
Yes. If that's the will of the board, then you'll also take a second motion to freeze it now until we get the ordinance back to the board.
And the point of doing it today is because if we get another application in the meantime, before we put this in place, they are bound to the current rules. That's the point of putting it in place today. The longer we wait, other applications could be put in that would not be subject to any guidelines we put forward.
Follow up?
Of course.
So, of course, the data center argument with regard to even the zoning. This is in EDC, which is Economic Development Center, and I think that's the location they were planning. This started with land use changes way back. Any particular, if there are new ones that are proposed between the next 7 days, they would already be preparing to submit.
You say the next 7 days, but the more.
I mean, what I'm asking is, what would be the rush?
Do you have a preferred timeline of when we would start a moratorium?
Let's see what happens next week, right? That's just my opinion, and then maybe not. I'm just thinking, is there a reason we're doing this today as opposed to before we vote on this particular project that has garnered all these issues, as opposed to waiting until after we vote on the project to put something in place that would put a moratorium or even a zoning in progress in place until that time? And then even to think about the moratorium idea, you said a temporary one. How long is temporary? Are we
Until we set regulations in place as a county.
Okay, but wouldn't we say, if we were to do that today, wouldn't we say a year, 6 months, until we set regulations in place could be infinite, in my opinion? Because there's still things that they have to study. There's new things that are continuing to come out, especially in the planning world every day with regard to this. We're at fact, there's a lot of information we don't have. So is there...
We can direct staff to bring it back to us in less than a year. That's up to our direction.
Okay. Those were my questions.
Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. So my question is to the county attorney, and regarding, would be a zoning and process. Is that, that would be the rationale for a moratorium, correct?
Correct.
So the motion, I just want to be clear on what the motion should be. It would be a moratorium due to a zoning, because we're going to give you, we would also have to give you direction to develop a zoning for this.
Yes, that would follow. The first thing you have to do, though, is decide that you want to have the moratorium. And after that vote, then it's to direct us to bring an ordinance back. And then it follows that, because that's a proposal the mayor made, is for us to revisit the regulations.
And then my understanding is, by law, these cannot reasonably extend beyond 1 year?
Correct.
Okay, so then it would be appropriate then to have it for a year or less, and should that be noted in the direction that's given to you?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else that we need to be aware of in this kind of a motion to make it legally binding, to cross all the Ts, dot all the Is?
No, if you decide to do that, it means that you have agreed to revisit the current zoning regulations and to enact, if necessary, the appropriate ones.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. You're recognized. Oh, sorry, Darren, did you want to say something?
No, well, David said it wonderfully.
Thank you.
I think they're in the part of the same law firm here, aren't we, David? Darren. Thanks for coming up, Darren. I appreciate your thoughts, and I agree with the idea. What concerns me is this. We're here on Matters by the Public. We have not given any notice that I know of, or public notice, to Project Tango. It may be that they may want to make their project larger if there's not going to be any other possibility for a hyperlink data center to come into the county. And they may want to change theirs. It's not ripe for discussion without getting the standing applicant present and the ability of that standing agent applicant, which is this Project Tango, to come in and give an opinion on it.
Commissioner Sachs.
I mean, it would be as if we said, we're only going to take a Wawa gas station in one place, and there'll be no more Wawa gas stations, okay?
But
So I agree with, I'm sorry, go ahead, ma'am.
Commissioner Sachs, this isn't going to be relevant to Project Tango, which was my point to Commissioner Powell, is that this can only impact future data centers and any future applications.
But if Project Tango knows that there will be no other,
They still have to
other
get
data
approval.
centers, because we'll vote on that today, they may want to change their configuration. They may have ideas of putting in another, Project Cha-Cha someplace else in the county. And that's why they're making it the size that they are. What I'm saying is this, simply, this is not, we have a hyperlink data center that is scheduled next week to ask us to vote for them. We are now going to vote on an issue that concerns their business.
But it doesn't.
Well, if we're saying we want no more hyperlink data centers in the county,
We're not
is
saying
that
no more,
not?
we're saying we're putting in regulations of where they should be located, how much water consumption, how much energy
For
consumption.
the one coming up?
No, for
For
any
future one.
future ones.
Well, if they know that they're going to be the only one in the county,
Again, not the only one. We're not saying never any more future
We
data
could.
centers. We're saying not next to people, not using water resources, right? This is what we're looking at.
I think that I wish we had done this a year ago. I would have voted for it, oh boy. But I'm not saying I would or I wouldn't right now, but what I'm saying is that we're affecting a business, we're affecting a type of business that is going to come before us in a week and ask for us to approve it or deny it. To take that same business, whether it's a gas station or whether it's a hyperlink, it's a business, and say, we're not going to do any more. Or we're going to regulate more, but not have them here today to talk to us about it, I think is disingenuous. I don't think it's fair. And I think that, I don't think it's, really, if this were a court of law, and I'm talking to lawyers here, and to my constituents, I just don't think it's It's the right thing to do at this time. I would entertain that, and I would love to discuss it on the 15th when we discuss whether we should put this particular data center where they want to go. Now, if we say, I'm going to vote for you, but no more, or I'm not going to vote for you because I want regulations going forward, that may give them an opportunity to come back and say, pursuant to your regulations, we want to reapply. So that's all I'm saying. I love the idea, and I thank you for bringing it. But I just think we're not right time to do it without them here giving us their feedback. That's all. Mayor,
Attorney
thank you.
Audi, would this impact that project or that vote next Wednesday?
From a legal standpoint, no, because you'll be proceeding on what's in front of you. That's already, and that doesn't change.
Thank you. Commissioner Weiss?
Thanks again. So I want to clarify, we would not be voting on a moratorium today. Is that accurate, County Attorney Audi?
That's exactly what you would be voting on.
We'd be voting on you. Here's my concern then is that the public have an opportunity that it's an agenda item. So this is be giving direction.
You'll be giving direction for us to
bring
come back with an
something
ordinance.
back, but this would not be a vote to impose a moratorium without public input.
So if you made a second vote, you'd just be putting this in place freezing it now until we bring the ordinance back for the discussion.
So, Commissioner, the way it would happen is your first motion would be a motion to direct staff to prepare a moratorium ordinance, which would go through the ordinance making process. So there would be, we would go to the zoning commission with it, like we do with all our ULDC ordinances, and then we would come back to you. So there would be public notice and an opportunity to be heard. The second motion is what's called a zoning in progress. That is a motion that just directs staff to not take any more data center applications beginning basically today. And so technically that motion isn't necessarily legally. There's an argument to be made that once the commission directs staff to prepare the moratorium ordinance, there can't be a race to the courthouse, so to speak, that we can't have applicants race in now to get their applications in before the ordinance is formally approved.
Okay, thank you. I guess my concern is that public hasn't been notified about this. That they have an opportunity to speak to us on it. If we were to put a freeze in, in general, I think it does need to have its own special category. So I think what you're requesting is reasonable. I just want to make sure, that we are providing the opportunity for the public who may be interested in this to have an opportunity to weigh in. And I don't know how we make that happen because they weren't on notice this was going to be discussed today.
Well, what prompted this, Commissioner Weiss, just so you know, is our hundreds of emails and statements and feedback from residents requesting a moratorium, even the people here today. It's been very publicly asked for repeatedly. Again, if you would like to notice it, David, is there another direction or vote we could take to give you direction to notice us considering a moratorium on this, to have public input come to the commission?
That necessarily is a part of the ordinance provision, as Darren just explained. So you'd still have that opportunity for the public to participate and say yea or nay, and you decide then whether or not you want to enact the ordinance.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Marino, you're recognized.
Thank you, and I see Commissioner Flores' hand up, but Commissioner Flores, I'm going to go ahead. So just to recap, anything that is in the process now would not fall under the moratorium. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have any other applications in the process that are data center related? Is this the only one that we would need to find out?
I need staff, oh, the director's here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Whitney Carroll, Executive Director, Planning, Zoning, and Building. We have 2 administrative applications, but they are associated with the same project.
Okay, and administratively means that it doesn't come to the board.
Correct.
And any of the decisions that we make next week, will that affect those administrative decisions?
Specifically on the moratorium?
No, on the data center itself.
Not those 2 applications, no.
Okay. Darren, would you come back to the microphone for a second? Oh, there you are. So you said that if we did something like this today, where we gave direction for a moratorium, you're basically saying that as of today, no one else can come forward.
That's essentially it, yes. Because as of today, you've directed staff to prepare the moratorium. Granted, if the moratorium, if you don't approve the ordinance, then people are free to apply for the data center. But as of today, as of the direction, there is a legal precedent that says that people who want to apply for the subject matter of the moratorium are not going to be allowed to do so.
You said there's legal precedence for that?
Yes.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Woodward, you're recognized. Oh, Commissioner Flores, excuse me, you're recognized.
Thank you. I did want to chime in. I think based on everything that I'm hearing, and I strongly feel that we should maybe give direction to consider bringing an ordinance for a moratorium. I don't think I would be in favor of moving a moratorium today, but I would be in favor of bringing it back up through the proper channels, and that way we can all have time to think about this and get the public involved, which I kind of sort of know how they feel. So, but I would be in favor of the moratorium, just not today. Given direction today, I would be in favor of.
Vice Mayor Woodward, you're recognized.
Okay, a couple of questions. Just to be clear, giving board direction would actually be doing that, right? Giving board direction would begin the moratorium.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so voting on the moratorium would do that. When do we have an idea when the actual ordinance, making it official, when would that come back to us? Do we have a timeline?
So the ordinance would have to go through the normal process, which would involve going to zoning commission. So that would.
Well, first we have to develop
Come into the
develop
mic.
the language. First, we have to develop the language. We have, of course, because of everything going on, we have started looking at language, the conditions of approval that are being pushed forward for the one that's going to be coming before you are standard, and they are best management practices that are out there. So we've already been looking at what we would be bringing back to you as an ordinance. So we're hoping that it wouldn't take us probably 6 months to really bring something back before you. I would think.
No, okay. So the ordinance, the moratorium ordinance itself will come back quickly. It will be very simple. It will say we are no longer going to accept data center applications of some sort, and it'll say this shall end the earlier of a year or when we come back with the new regulations.
So there's
it will go
two
no
parts would
longer
happen.
than a year. Pardon me?
Two things would then come back. One is the actual official ordinance moratorium, and then that could happen in, what, a month? Does that have to go to zoning commission as well?
That would probably happen sometime in August. Yeah.
Okay, so that would come back, and then you would begin the process for the new ordinance.
Right.
Which would be what?
Well, we have to analyze whether we have to make any adjustments to the comp plan. So the comp plan we have to analyze, so that'd be an ordinance that we'd have to revise, and then we'd have to make a ULDC code amendment. So I would think that after that analysis, we could probably bring something back within 6 months. That's my guess.
And then with so the 1 year moratorium you're asking for, might be 6 months, might be a year? What's,
Well, legally, we would not be on solid footing if it goes beyond a year. So the moratorium ordinance itself, the ones we've done in the past, have language in them that says this ordinance shall terminate the earlier of 1 year or when the new regulations are adopted by the
so
board.
that would be 1 year from today, July 7th?
That would be 1 year from the date the ordinance is adopted. The moratorium ordinance is adopted.
But the moratorium would begin today.
The moratorium could begin today, yes.
So then July 7th of 2027 is the deadline? For
No, it is the deadline as when you adopt the ordinance, because the language in the ordinance is going to be tied to the date of the adoption of the ordinance.
Okay. Well, Commissioner Sachs did bring up some interesting points. I had not considered what she said. Is that, I know that this isn't about the project that we're voting on next week, but knowing that this is a part of it, is there potential to what she was saying? I know that it's not that specific, but if it is potentially the only one, I just hadn't considered that before she brought it up.
Vice Mayor Woodward, Administrator Bruzo would like to.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I just want to be clear with the County Attorney's Office. A direction from today would put a moratorium on. For the eventual ordinance, the ordinance wouldn't be potentially a full moratorium. Moving forward, it would be guardrails or a different level of burden on an applicant to apply for a data center. So the direction would be, and again, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I just want to be clear that we would be bringing a new ordinance with a different level of approvals for a future data center? Is that?
No, the direction would be staff prepare an ordinance placing a moratorium on applications for data centers.
That would come back in August.
That would come back in August.
And then a year from August.
And then a year from August, if we have not adopted the new regulations yet, so if we haven't come back with another ordinance with changes to the ULDC or changes to the comp plan, then the moratorium expires. And that's it. Right, it's a pause. We're just putting a pause on data center applications while we adopt regulations.
Commissioner,
Go
ahead.
I just want to be clear for the potential new standards of a potential new data center in the future. When from that point would that potential ordinance be put in front of the board for a vote?
Must be before a year after the moratorium ordinance is put in place.
Commissioner Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe this is a well-intentioned memorandum. My only concern was that just the timing of it, since we know we've got this major vote next week. Whatever the pleasure of the body is, I'm forward. It's just my challenge has been the timing of it, considering that there is a vote. And I know it's not, trust me, if anybody knows that a moratorium doesn't deal with projects that are in place, it's me. I have to take 32 credits every 2 years to make sure I continue to be certified as a planner who's the ICP certified. But what I'm telling you now is my concern is just the timing.
So Commissioner Powell, may I? In relevance to timing, I think it's going to help this board next Wednesday when you hear lots of residents showing up, asking and saying all of these concerns. You can say now, we hear you, we're starting this moratorium because we understand you have a lot of concerns, instead of after, I guess, the fact, we're saying, listen, we've heard you, we're addressing it already. So we're being proactive instead of reactive.
Thank you for that. Absolutely. I get that too. So I get you. We're on the same wavelength. I understand.
Okay. And Commissioner Sachs.
And again, I think it's an interesting idea. It's a good idea, but we should have done this a year ago. So what we're saying, let me ask you something, Mr. Attorney. Will our moratorium affect Project Tango's ability to get a yes vote from this commission and start dredging and start building a hyperlink there in that area?
It will not, no.
Okay. will our regulations that we resolve today or through planning and zoning have any effect whatsoever at Project Tango's ability to build and construct a hyperlink center at that area next to Arden?
No.
Okay.
The application they have now, it will come in under our current rules.
So they come in unscathed without any of these regulations that our mayor is so willing to do and smart to do. But they come in. They come in because we don't have any of these regulations now. And they're going to come in next 15th. And we're going to take a vote. But then after that, there's not going to be any more unless they have certain regulations. I find this patently unfair. And I find it gives an advantage, and listen up, it gives an advantage to the project who's coming in unscathed, unregulated by what we will do, because I know we will have some good regulations. But after that, you guys, no more. Just Project Tango. We may put a moratorium on others, or we may let others come in with regulations, but not Project Tango. So my argument for this is it's unfair to the people, it's unfair to Project Tango, and it is certainly unfair to any progression of future links who want to come in with our regulations or maybe in a moratorium. So I think what we're doing here is well-intentioned, but I do not think that we can do it before a project comes in, an applicant comes in, says, we want to do this, but you can vote for us because don't worry, there'll be no others maybe after us. This would be the only one. And I think that's a good argument. I would make it if I was them. So I think that it's just not fair. And I want us to have these regulations. And I want us to be able to regulate this. I just wish we had done this maybe even a month ago or something. That could have maybe with the head of PB&Z, we might have been in, Commissioner Powell, we might have been able to tell Project Tango, you got to file these regulations. Right now, they don't have any except what we already have, but we're going to put some strict regulations after we vote on them. What do you say, Mr. Attorney?
Well, just to be clear, we couldn't have imposed new regulations on Project Tango after they've already filed.
Absolutely not. Right. And so they come in like that, and then everybody else has got to come in with this type of a thing. So it's a great idea. I'd like to examine it, but I'd like to get through that tough vote next week and see how it lays out. It may be, and correct me if I'm wrong, Director of PB&Z, it may be that they could fail, and then could they reapply under our new regulations?
I would.
No, I'm asking the head of PB&Z. She's boss of that, you know.
For the additional square footage, if that fails, then if we had a moratorium in place, then they would have to wait until our new regulations were in place before they could reapply.
Okay. So if it fails, they could come back under the new regulations that we'll all vote on, get public opinion on. So I appreciate that. And I just wish that I wish we had done this. Look, we didn't know. So it's a great idea, but I want to go through this as we had planned and let the votes, go where they are. And then whether or not they win or lose, we can discuss this. But now is not the time. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
So, Commissioner Marino, are you in favor? I'm going to ask individually. Are you in favor of starting the moratorium today?
My only question about this, and I know Darren said that there's legal precedence to it, is that anyone who comes in the door today, even though we do not have an ordinance on the books, would be prohibited. Is that correct?
So I don't see any reason you couldn't direct staff to just say, until the ordinance is in place, we'll accept data center applications. I mean, it's within your right as the board to do that. But legally...
I don't think that's the feeling of the board. But I just want to make sure that there's legal precedents in place if this is something that we do.
Yes, so there's a doctrine called zoning in progress, which awaiting the, and we've used it before, awaiting the ordinance with the formalizing the moratorium, it directs staff not to accept any more applications that are subject of the moratorium.
And just for clarification, how long has this application been in process?
Since November of 2025, I believe.
Well, yes and no. I mean, 2016 is when the property first got,
right.
entitled and ordinances put in place on how they were going to use the property. So would it go back to then, or would it go back to November? Because that's actually, I'm asking the question because of what Commissioner Sachs had said.
I'm not sure I understand the
The entitlements occurred 10 years ago.
Right.
The application that you're reacting to next week is for the additional square footage that was submitted. That request was submitted in November, I believe it was November of 2025. Prior to that, they had approvals for 2,020,000 square feet of under the EDC land use. So that was 2016, I believe those approvals started.
And if they had made no changes in November, would they have the ability to put a data center on that 2 million square feet?
They would.
Okay. Commissioner Sachs, does that help?
Well,
Marina, to the right of me, you always help me.
I do want to, can I clarify real quick?
You
I'm sorry.
sure may.
So the 2 million, just so we're clear, and this is what I want to make sure on the zoning in progress, if that's the will of the board. The applications that are in place today, the administrative applications, those are applications. So if you did a zoning in progress until the moratorium's in place, then if they came in for another administrative application to do additional, to convert some of that square footage, that might be a limitation, because it's not 2 million square feet of data, information, and processing. It's a little less than. There's some difference in square footage, but anyway. So if they wanted to make an administrative application, additionally with that 2 million, then they could be limited by a zoning in progress.
I'm in favor as long as we're doing it legally by the book, cross our T's, dot our I's, because I just don't want to see someone come to us in the future and say, you tied my hands and I was already in process. So I just want to make sure that however we put this in place, I'm comfortable with it and that the attorneys can back it up.
Yes, and the applications that are in will be processed.
Commissioner Powell.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Woodward.
I think my question would be, can we agree to the direction that's being given today and then still have the ability to perhaps adjust that direction at the end of next week's meeting? Because I think that's going to be a very consequential meeting where we learn a lot of information perhaps. So that way, if, this whole next week, no more applications for sure, and then could the board then maybe adjust direction at the end of that meeting?
I think this isn't direction to do anything other than a moratorium of just a pause.
But we also don't know what's going to come of that meeting, and there may be some differences to the board direction at the end of that. So do we have the ability to put the pause, and then should we learn new things next week, have the ability to adjust that direction at that time?
I don't see why not. Yeah.
Okay, if that's a
We will not
possibility, I'm good to
have
go.
a moratorium ordinance ready for you next week, so
No,
obviously.
I know, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
because we're giving direction right now, which means no more applications can come in. And then after the end of next week's meeting, we're going to hear a lot of information, and should the board at that time maybe decide we want to enhance the direction in some way, change it up in what's going to be directed, we still have that ability with this, and continue the pause.
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Flores.
I have a question for our attorney. I thought there was a Senate bill that prevented us from making changes that would limit applications in the future.
So there is Senate Bill 180, and Senate Bill 180 has a provision in it that prohibits moratoriums, but only moratoriums related to rebuilding after certain named hurricanes. One of them's Helene. I can't remember the other hurricanes off of the top of my head. It also has provisions.
You're saying it does not apply here?
Pardon me?
That you're saying that does not apply here?
That does not apply here because we are not putting a moratorium on reconstruction, rebuilding, or redevelopment for properties damaged by those storms.
Okay, perfect.
Commissioner Weiss?
I haven't voted.
Oh. Would you like to
So-
vote, Commissioner Flores?
Well, my second question is, are we voting on bringing an ordinance, are we given direction to bring an ordinance back to implement the moratorium, or are we actually implementing the moratorium today with the caveat of, the attorney mentioned something about no more applications?
Right. So what we would, the ideal way to do this would be to do a motion to direct staff to prepare the moratorium ordinance, and then another motion to impose a zoning in progress, directing staff to immediately stop accepting applications for data centers.
Okay, well, I am in favor of voting today to give direction to bring back an ordinance to place a moratorium. I am not in favor of the second one, of making it effective today.
Commissioner Weiss?
Yeah, I think I'm okay moving this forward today.
Okay. Commissioner Sacks?
I like the idea of doing a regulations and having staff do the regulations. My only concern is that it gives a disadvantage to Project Tango and an advantage. The disadvantage would be they're going to come in, let's say it's for building swimming pools, and we'll say you can't have more than 8 feet at your deepest end from today on. But we have somebody coming in who didn't know those rules, and they have a 10-foot swimming pool. So the disadvantage to them is we could say, you guys, look, we have these restrictions already, or they're in progress. This is a pause. So why should we even discuss Project Tango next week if this board feels strongly about putting in regulations? Why should they come in without these regulations? Why should they? No, this is not a legal question. Just a minute.
Wait.
It's not a legal question. Or what did I ask, sir? You're doing
Sorry.
two things
I'm
at the same time.
getting way too much.
I know you
All right.
are. I know you are. And take it easy. I'm not asking you a legal question. I'm asking really to the head of PB&Z. If we make regulations that pertain to an application that's coming in before we make these regulations legal, I think that could be a disadvantage to them, because we're going to say, you're going to take all this aquifer in the water and use it to cool, your hyperlink, but after you, we're not going to do that ever again, so we're not going to vote for you. It's a disadvantage to
Pat,
them.
would you
It's
like
also an
to
advantage.
chime in?
Commissioner, if I can, let me try it this way to answer your question. Future projects would be subject to whatever new changes the
Correct.
board should make. It
That
wouldn't
is
necessarily
correct.
prohibit them. This
No,
board
that's
would
correct.
potentially make changes.
Absolutely correct, except, Mr. Rudder, what applicant?
That applicant would be bound by the rules in place at the time they made
What
this amendment.
applicant
Correct.
would not be subject to the rules and regulations, wait a minute, sir, the rules and regulations that we all determine, and Commissioner Woodward was correct. We're going to learn new stuff next week. We don't know everything. I haven't made up my mind till I hear from these people. But there is one applicant that will not be subject to the rules and regulations that we make. Which applicant is that, Mr. Rudder?
That would be the applicant that has an active project in front of you that would be bound by the rules. that they have
Project
right
Tango
now.
will
Project
not
Tango.
be subject to these.
To any new rules, correct.
Okay, that's all I got to say. Thank you, sir.
Administrator Abruzzo?
I just want to be clear, a vote today would be a temporary moratorium for up to a year. Is that correct?
One year.
The year doesn't start now, though. The year starts when
In
the
August.
ordinance for the moratorium come back and is voted on. That's when the year starts. This is just a temporary measure that would be put in place today for the zoning in progress. And it's a stopgap until the ordinance for the moratorium is voted upon.
Madam Mayor? So administratively, what happens today if there's a yay vote, a yes vote?
There's a yes vote for the zoning in progress. It means no applications come in today. That could all change when the ordinance is brought in, depending on how the discussion goes and the
So it goes back
subsequent
to my first question. There is a, call it temporary pause starting today if there's an affirmative vote.
Correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores brought up the ordinance, legislation that was recently passed. And Darren, you indicated Senate Bill 180, which would prohibit, or which deals directly with storms. How about in congruence with, I'm looking at Senate Bill 484 that passed, and this deals with large load customers, and I see some language in here related to, I think, moratoriums. Does this impact, or does Senate Bill 484, is this potential moratorium in congruence with Senate Bill 484?
Yes. So Senate Bill 484 expressly gives us the permission to regulate the large load customers through our comp plan and our LDRs. So that's the legal basis for creating these regulations, and so that's the basis for the moratorium.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So we have 5 in favor and 2 against. Commissioner Flores?
Yes,
Now,
I'm here. I'm not voting yes.
Your hand is up. Would you like to say something?
Oh, no. I just don't want to open ourselves up for liability. I think that Commissioner Sachs has made some good points. I think we're skirting around the edges, and we have an official vote happening next Tuesday. I don't see a reason that we should be jumping the gun for 7 days. If we want to do a moratorium, we should consider that after that vote, and that way we're not opening ourselves. That's how I feel, and that's why I'm voting this way. I would be open to a moratorium at a later date. Thank you.
I think we've heard from 2 attorneys saying that we are within our bounds doing it now and today.
Yes.
So not just 1, but 2 attorneys, which we think you guys are brilliant. So I do want to ask, though, is majority good enough for direction, or do you need official motions today, or do you need those when it comes back in August?
So you need a motion today to give us direction to get the ordinance done.
Can you give us the language for the first motion?
Okay. So it's a motion giving staff direction to craft an ordinance to bring back for the moratorium. And then a second motion for the voting in progress to begin effective today through to the date when the ordinance is enacted.
So with the first one, would anyone like to make the motion? Vice Mayor Woodward.
I have a question. Do both of those have to happen, or can we do like a zoning in progress and then decide on the future with next week's vote?
I think the zoning in progress only comes in play when you are going to proceed with the ordinance.
Correct.
I can pass the gavel if you would like. Would you like me to make the motion? I am passing the gavel to Vice Mayor Woodward and will make the motion. Please state the words again, David.
To give staff direction to proceed with an ordinance for a moratorium.
Giving staff direction to proceed with an ordinance, a moratorium on data centers. Is there a second? Oh, Vice
We have
Mayor
a
Woodward,
first. We have a second by Commissioner Powell. Do we need a roll call vote?
Sure.
Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Flores.
No.
Commissioner Marino.
Yes.
Commissioner Powell.
Yes.
Commissioner Sachs.
No.
Commissioner Weiss,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Woodward,
Yes.
and Mayor Baxter.
Yes.
I see that that passes 5-0. So with that, we have board direction. I'll pass the gavel back.
No, not yet. We have one more.
So,
The second motion would be?
motion for, to put in place the zoning in progress effective today.
I will make the motion, put zoning in progress effective today.
Do we have
The
a second?
Oh,
By
sorry.
Commissioner Marino. So roll call again.
Commissioner Marino.
Yes.
Commissioner Powell.
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks. Commissioner Weiss.
Yes.
Commissioner Flores.
I want to clarify my vote. Yes on the first one, no on this one. To bring back more, thank you.
Okay. Can you amend those votes? Yes on the first one, no on this one.
Vice Mayor Woodward.
Yes.
Mayor Baxter.
Yes.
Okay, with that, that passes 5-0. I'll give the gavel back.
5-2.
5-0. 5-2, I'm sorry, 5-2.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. We are finished with matters by the public. Everyone, will any of my commissioners like a 5-minute break before we start? Okay, we will take 5 minutes. Well, let's make it round numbers. We'll resume at 3:25. believe we were on page 18? 19. Did we finish 18? 19. I might have different page numbers than you. Yeah, that's 19. Yep. All right, please proceed.
We're going to pass it on down to David Ricks for engineering.
Thank you, Mayor, Board of Commissioners. This is David Ricks, County Engineer, Director of Engineering Public Works. I will continue what Jennifer has started with her capital. So Engineering Public Works is one of the county's 5 construction departments. We do basically the transportation infrastructure, funding for these capital projects from gas tax, impact fees, proportionate share, infrastructure sales tax, grants, appropriations, and some ad valorem. And then give you an idea in terms of the things that we do cover. We maintain over 3,600 lane miles of roads, 300 bridges, 1,300 miles of sidewalks, stormwater drainage systems, and over 1,400 traffic signals and flashers. Now, looking at, on the right side of that chart, looking at some major projects, total active project 128. Then you look at major capital bridges, intersections, and then other active projects in terms of maintenance stuff that we do, another 300, almost 400 projects. And so looking at for FY26, our overall, major projects, we're looking at about $120 million. Which I'm going to show you on the next few slides are projects that we've got some funding challenges, but we do have projects that are already been fully funded. About 30 projects we plan to bid throughout the next 6 to 12 months. And then of that, we also have, sales tax projects. We got 19 bridges still on our plate, in some form of design or bidding process. And then just for today on the consent agenda, we had 2 projects that the board approved for awarding. One is 3C8 Prosperity Farm Bridge for $8 million, and 3C9 for Ferry Boulevard, $500,000. So next, get to the projects on the list here. So I'll go through these just very quickly. Royal Palm Beach Boulevard, north of Persimmons, widening from 2 lanes to 5 lanes. Where we're at is that we've got dollars in terms of regular capital dollars, but we got ARPA reserves, and so we're good with that. So no need to stop with this project. Next one is the Oh God, I'm going backwards. Wait a second. Sorry. Wait a second. There we go. Next one is Lytton Basco Bridge. This is a major bridge repair project. We think we'll have some money in the ad valorem on that, but that's a major project to proceed on. Next one, Royal Palm Beach, Orange Boulevard, Coconut Boulevard, widen. We're looking to, we need another $12 million in terms of for capital. So we're still proceeding with planning and design, but when we get to looking at construction, we need some help for that. Next one is 60th. There's several 60th sections on this list here. This one we'll talk about 120th Avenue, North Stairwell 7, going from 3 lanes to 5 lanes. We've got money for design dollars. There's no right-of-way needed for that one. We're looking to get an RFP for design later this fall on that one. Next one is 60th from 140th to 120th. We've already started design on that, 35% design. One key aspect, because you got the canal and you got housing homes along that area. We've got right away that we're start on that. It'll take us this year and next year to finish that piece. But we've got $23 million for construction dollars that we need for that gap. Yes, sir. Right. So this is, this is a planning construction planning and design dollars that we've got enough to proceed on, but when we get to construction, that we'll have to come back and get some assistance on that. Next one is a flavor pick, a major project going over the turnpike.
Excuse me, David.
Yes.
Commissioner Powell, you're recognized.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. David, the question I have is 2 questions, or basically based on the last slide, where you have the advanced project here, we're in need of $75 million as a funding gap, and you have to advance this project. And then the previous slide, where I think it was the Linton Boulevard Bridge, the Linton Bridge was to advance for, and it had a funding gap of $21 million. considering we got these major funding gaps, 21 million and 75 million, we need to move forward. Where's the funding going to come from? Is FDOT, do they have some kind of discretionary pot that they're going to give us, or where we need these funds?
Well, for that project, we think we'll have some ad valorem potentially for that.
Okay.
But that's a very critical project because it's operationally needed. But go ahead.
And Commissioner, the non-bold items, even if it's proceed with planning and design, that doesn't mean shovel and dirt in the large funding. Like, for instance, if you look at 60th Street on the slide, that doesn't mean that we administration are asking for that full 23. We're just going to continue to go along with the planning and design portion of that project without the big ticket item until we know what we're looking at from our budget in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Second, shoot. Okay, next one is Flavor Pick, a major capital project. We're in designing on that project, so we'll be proceeding along that. It takes about another year on the design, but that's...
Excuse me, David. Commissioner
Yes.
Weiss, you're recognized.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm following up on Commissioner Powell's question. I don't see how you're going to, we have a funding gap on that bridge of $21 million. I don't see where that's coming from. I mean, if you want to take some of the money from the 60th, you've got 12.85 million there, and move it up. I mean, that would help, but I don't see where that money's coming from.
Commissioner, if I may. Similar to this year, we put in around $124 million every year in capital improvement projects. So we're estimating that would come out of a future year, $124 million general capital improvement project.
But we don't know that we're going to have a future year. That's why I thought that was the exercise, to go through this. And if we don't have the money, unless you're going to take it from some of these other projects.
Correct. So, my hope is even if the amendment passes, we would still try to fund capital on an annual basis. And that could be a potential for it. And the second thing is if our property tax amendment passes, I think we have to look at every project and decide what the priorities are, where the funding is, and things like that going forward, because not everything could stay on a 5-year plan.
I understand, but this one, we're saying, why aren't we saying defer it?
I think that the bridge is in such shape that they need to continue forward with the planning and design, and it would be one of the biggest priorities are the two bridges. And the second bridge is 75 million, which is would be more than what ad valorem could fund in any 1 year. And we would have to put that up for possible bonding or something. And then it's just another one of ours against every other operating expense in the budget.
Commissioner, if I may, if we do not do this bridge, we are going to eventually have to shut it down.
I understand. I'm not saying not to do the bridge. I'm saying take this money from these other projects so that you have funding there to move it forward, and then come backfill these if you, in fact, are able to do that. That makes sense to me. But to leave it out here with a $23 million funding gap while you have others that you're not moving forward and leaving money on them.
Commissioner, just to clarify one point, the recommendation is to continue with the design and permitting, so we would be ready. So if we had to have that tough discussion with you down the road on the capital funding piece of it, but not to stop the design piece at the moment. We have funding for design.
So this one says advanced project, the other ones say proceed with planning and design. This is...
Commissioner, if I may clarify, so yes, when we're indicating proceed with planning and design, that means that we are going to proceed with that specific matter and then come back for direction. When it's an advanced project, that means that yes, there might be a shortfall. We're going to identify where that shortfall is, but to Sherry's point, we might come back and say, look at all of our surtax dollars and indicate, well, maybe there's projects here that or funding that we'll need to use for this specific purpose. Maybe we got to take it out of other projects. We're identifying the gap here now, but that'll mean that we'll have to come back at a later date and talk to this board about where is this gap going to, what other projects are we going to have to take off the books to address these gaps.
Commissioner Marino, you're recognized.
Thank you, and I think we talked about this yesterday, David. As you go down this list, there are impact fees, road impact fees that are collected, and there's a time frame in which those fees need to be expended. You really haven't covered that in here. You may want to say some of these dollars are impact fee dollars, and we only have 6 months in which to expend these dollars, so that's why this project might be advancing, whereas something that is deferred is not part of that program, just going forward. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. But back onto Linden Bridge, so we're still in design phase. We won't be ready for construction till probably December or January of January 27. So we have time, once the design is done, to come back to the board if there is guidance we need into where we need to move money from, assuming that the thing in November does happen, so. Okay. So next one is the Flavor Pick. That's a major project going over the turnpike. We're in design, but that indicated it's about a $60 million funding gap. We'll be aggressively looking at potential federal grants to that project. We're also working with the state on that, also the Turnpike Authority. Next one, the Cook Road, the Lakewood Drainage Canal, a widening project. We're looking to still proceed with planning design, but in terms of construction, we'll have to come back at sometime in the future for finding funding for that project. Next one is Lions Boulevard from Boynton Beach to Hypoluxo. We haven't started design on that one. That's a $21 million project. We're looking to defer that one if we don't have any money right now. The next one is Lion from Southwest 18th to 3rd Street. Not yet started, and we're looking to defer that one. The next one is 6th to Seminole Pratt. We're looking to do an RFP this December to start the design, but we will still need dollars long-term looking at the capital for that project. Next one is Boca Rio Road from Palmetto, widen 2 lanes to 4 lanes, looking still proceed with design, but no funding for the construction right now. Coconut Boulevard, south of 78th, placed to south of North Lake. We're in design on that one, still waiting for construction dollars as a future conversation. Next one, Hagen Ranch Road from Boynton Beach, not yet, looking to defer for construction. Lions Road south of Lakewood Drainage 11 Canal to north of Lakewood 10 Canal, not yet started that one. Next one is Old Dixie Highway from Yamato Road. We're in the design and permitting right away on that one, but we will need construction dollars sometime in the future. Palm Beach Lakes, we're still in the design phase on that one. We'll still be looking for state and federal grants to help us with that project.
Excuse me, David.
Yes.
Commissioner Marino, you're recognized?
Yes.
And we have 2 other lights, so.
You can go ahead and finish the slide, and I'll just wait.
Can you wait to the end of the slide? Yeah. Please proceed, David.
And then just looking at some major funding needs, just like the Linden Boulevard Bridge, we just talked about that one, and also the George Bush, we're still 2 years away from a construction potential contract on that one, but that's $75 million. That would definitely be looking for a state or federal grant for both of those projects.
Okay, Commissioner Marino.
I think I've asked this before, not here, but in agenda reviews and whatnot. We have a gap all the time, but Sherry, correct me if I'm wrong, we don't actually determine the project value until we're in the design and phase stage. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it's a little early. This is our best estimate at this time, and I've chased estimates over a while, so I try to take a deep breath and kind of know what's out there and a big dollar amount, but until we get a little further in the design and a GMP, we don't have a real firm number.
So when we say we have a funding gap, it's really because we didn't identify it previously. Because if we don't have a design, we have no idea how much it's going to cost. Is that correct?
We have a ballpark idea of what we think, but we don't have a full one.
This goes back to when we have adjustments on our board, on our consent agendas and whatnot, where we're bringing forth and saying, okay, this is costing $20 million more than we thought, but that's because it wasn't actually, we were only looking at the design cost, we weren't looking at the total cost. That's what I've been told. You're shaking your head no, Jennifer, but that's what I've been told, was that the reason that we are always short on our projects, and actually it was Commissioner Woodward at the time, not Vice Mayor, also indicated that when we're talking about a future project, we are usually only putting aside the dollars for design because we have no idea what the final cost is going to be, and then we get estimates. But that's why we're constantly approving increases in value, in prices, in costs, because we didn't actually have the right total price in the first place.
Madam Mayor.
Abruzzo, Administrator.
It's hard to give us a value when we don't have one. And so when we identify a funding gap, it's because now we have a value, so now we have a funding gap.
Commissioner, you can take one thing to the bank. Longer we wait on projects, the more it's going to go up. What the CFO doesn't understand with his false CPI index is that these are our major costs, and the construction material that Jennifer, David, Pat, and the team constantly, and our procurement constantly have to require are going to go up and up. And not to get off track, but I have our meeting with our bond agencies Thursday. If they look at our income, and if they see, when they see that we're going to have hundreds of millions of dollars in less income, what we've been saying statewide as county administrators and leaders across the state, that this potentially, and we'll know for sure, or have a better sense, I should say, come Thursday evening, of how this might impact our bond ratings. And what that means is for our projects to go out and when we bond and borrow the money, that cost will even go up further. So longer we wait, longer we defer, some of these projects are critical, more money it will cost. So
I don't disagree. I'm just saying that historically, we've usually done it in sections where what we budgeted was just the design. And we didn't budget for the project because we didn't know what the value of the project was going to be. That's why we have the gaps that we have now.
And part of our 5-year plan kind of takes that into mind. And so 2027 is what we're talking about now. And I'll say, here's a project. You don't need all the money today. What do you need for design to get you started? So we'll budget that, and then there'll be a projection out in a future year, but there isn't really always a true budget dollar associated with it. Now, some of the bigger things we've talked about bonding, and we're asking to defer some of those now until we see what happens in November. But yes,
and it's hard to give a value.
We don't try to budget the whole project today because we don't need all the dollars at this point.
But it's hard to give a value if you don't have design.
Right.
We can pull, we can say it's going to be $300 a square foot, $1,000 a square foot. But again, it's hard to put a true value unless we have the design phase done.
And Commissioner, just to add to that point, when you look at the 5-year, especially on roads, you will see the identification on funding, whether it's design, whether it's right-of-way acquisition, or the beginning of construction funding. Do not disagree with your point one bit, and the greatest example is the infrastructure sales tax. When you did the first round of projects and you had cost estimates, we had to come back 5 years later, re-estimated everything because the first round was coming in higher, and we've done a second round of estimates, and they're coming in higher. So yes, it's difficult, but you're trying to stretch that dollar, and as Sherry says, fund the right amount in the right time that she can handle in any given year that we can present to the board to keep it balanced.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Woodward, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for this part of the presentation. It's a good exercise. I don't know that we've ever quite done in my 4 years. We haven't done this during budget cycle. To go back to what you were just talking about, Commissioner Marino, on some of this, the way I understood it before, like in a normal year, not having this November thing looming, we have a 5-year plan, and then we know in 4 years, like this, if you own a house, like, you know what, I'm going to have to replace my roof in 5 years. So you kind of start saving for that. You don't know the actual cost till you get to that point because that's when it's going to be done. But it's probably going to be $40,000, $50,000. So you start putting that money into a savings account for that. So that's what we have traditionally been doing with these. And of course, costs have outpaced what was normal before that. But with this, part of what we're doing is trying to prioritize because of what's looming in November, that, and on top of all the escalating costs, which priorities we need to do, like what, the ones we cannot defer, like bridges, certain ones, we can't not do them no matter what. We have to find this money and we have to do those. So any of the ones that, we're there, if there's a funding gap, and especially if it's bridge repairs, that's when I don't think any voter is going to stand for us not fixing our bridges or having some of our roads. I wanted to ask, because something that I think it was a year or two ago, we talked about culverts and drainage, that the age of those, and I didn't see that listed anywhere on here, and there was a number of them that were identified at sort of coming up on end of life at that point. Did I just miss that in the presentation?
So we have a called a stormwater pot for basically minor maintenance. And so we go out on a regular basis and look at our stormwater systems. And so we repair those on a as needed basis. And so, for example, there's a project actually in Commissioner Powell's neighborhood, came as a picture saying that this drainage pipe was deteriorated. We did a survey, found like the whole neighborhood needs to be replaced. It's going to be $1.5 million. And so we've got, several $1 million in terms of a drainage repairs pot. And so the administration has been gracious enough to fund that pot. So as these projects come out, we have an annual contract that does those repairs on an as-needed basis. But long-term wise, we're starting to map all of our stormwater systems, and then we'll do a stormwater master plan. So we're slowly getting there, but we're taking baby steps. But we're actively pursuing any drainage issue in terms of during regular maintenance. And so, for example, I got a call last night on Seminole Pratt, and there was a big drainage issue. Actually, it was a car accident, and found out there was a overflow stormwater system. So we're taking a look at that as we speak. And so, but we're actively working on those drainage issues. And so, yes,
So right
ma'am.
now, we have like a pot of money that you're kind of playing
Yes,
whack-a-mole,
ma'am.
you're
So,
fixing them as we
'cause I
find
asked the
them?
questions when we developed our budget, is there something major out there we need to budget for? It says, no, I think we're good in terms of handling the day-to-day issues. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so, but we are working towards like a 5-year plan
Yes, ma'am.
for,
Yes, ma'am.
because I think the age of all of it's about the same. So if they're starting to fail here and there, that's going to be everywhere.
Especially the corrugated metal pipe, that is huge. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right, I just wanted to double check on that because I do believe that's a priority too. Thank you for the presentation.
Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Just going back and looking at your slides, David, on the Lions Road, you've got estimated total project costs. You've got zero funding available, zero funding expended, but then you have a funding gap that's $4 million less than your original estimate, and the same for the item below it. It goes in at 13.5. That's not the slide. You need to go.
That's what I said.
This is the Lions Road from Boynton Beach Boulevard to Hypoluxo. There it is.
Okay, gotcha.
See it?
Yes.
Just curious why the numbers don't add up.
Well, we've got, some, impact fee dollars budgeted on that already, but the biggest issue is going to be the construction dollars. And so there's a section of Lions Road that was already designed, fully budgeted, and they're going to bid this summer. That's a section from Flavor Pick to Boynton Beach. That's about a $21 million project we got to bid this summer. The other sections of Lions Road will need money for construction dollars, but you're correct.
I understand, but I don't understand why the numbers don't add up.
So actually, that's...
I mean, unless my math is not mathing, but
No,
I think
you're
it
right,
is.
but we've got, we call impact fee dollars for that
So
road
that's
to
not
kind of
showing
start it
up
off.
there.
You're correct on that.
I think he was trying to show what's funding available but committed, and they're sitting in impact fees, but we haven't actually brought the item to you to allocate it to this specific project. So
Okay.
there is some impact fees. I think I'm right on how I said that, but I'm sure Lacey in the back of the room will be texting me if I'm wrong.
All right.
No, very good point, sir.
All right.
Please proceed.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. For For the record, Michael Stahl, Deputy Director with Palm Beach County's Environmental Resources Management Department. So ERM is another one of the 5 construction departments, and for fiscal year 27, we have a proposed capital budget of $105 million, of which only $250,000 is ad valorem funded. So obviously, we rely very heavily on grants, non-ad valorem sources like tourist development, bed tax dollars, and partnerships with local, state, and federal entities to fund these capital construction projects. ERM currently has a total of 22 active projects. While the ad valorem contribution to our projects is small relative to our capital budget, it does serve as local match, which is critical to our ability to pursue these grants. The next 2 slides itemize 10 projects that ERM recommends deferring until funding is available. In the interest of time, I will not go through each one, as our construction schedule is often determined by the availability of various funding sources. Of these, 8 are anticipated repairs or replacement of aging public use facilities on various natural areas. 1 is a habitat restoration project in the Lake Worth Lagoon, and another is a habitat restoration project in Lake Okeechobee. Many of the public use facility projects that are listed here, they are nearing the end of their design life. So deferring these projects may require closing some facilities to the public as safety issues emerge. The next slide shows 4 projects that are habitat restoration projects and a shoreline improvement project that is being recommended to proceed with the planning and design. The Peanut Island Shoreline Stabilization Project received a state appropriation this year for $330,000, and we're looking at other potential funding sources to close the remaining gap. The habitat restoration projects, the other habitat restoration projects that are listed here, those are intended to serve as shovel-ready projects, so we're positioned to take advantage of funding opportunities or the beneficial reuse of dredge material. The next 2 slides consist of 7 projects that are recommended to advance. Of these, only one, Providencia Island Phase 1, has a significant funding gap that we're working on bringing down through grants and beneficial reuse of dredge material. Approximately $1 million in grants has already been secured. That's not reflected in this $3.4 million number. I'm also happy to report the Bonefish Cove project is nearing construction. As I understand, the contractor was out planting mangroves today, so that project will be going into its contract closeout with the Army Corps of Engineers in the near future. The Old Bridge Park dock replacement, that project is fully funded and scheduled to advertise this month. The last 4 projects that we have here are all beach and inlet projects that are funded through tourist development, bed tax dollars, and contributions from municipal, state, and federal partners. So in summary, we've got 2 capital projects that do receive ad valorem dollars that have funding gaps. In both cases, we're identifying potential grants to offset these gaps, and we're continuing to pursue any outside funding. The funding gaps for the beach nourishment projects, those will be addressed through future TDC allocations, as well as any surplus funds from recently completed beach nourishment projects. So with that, I'll pass it over to Jen in Parks.
Thank you, Mike. For the record, I'm the second Jennifer that's introduced themselves at this table today. So I'm Jennifer Serler. I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation for Palm Beach County. We are not a construction department, but we work with and through the other construction departments. Before I change the slide, I just want to point out Juneau Pier. That's a project we're doing with engineering on the bottom right. It's underway right now, and we've gotten really good public feedback about redecking that pier. So we work not just with engineering, but with facilities quite a bit. Every other picture on the previous slide was through our FDO department. ERM works with us as well, particularly in our coastal environment. And water utilities, we're working with Green K on them, as well as our septic to sewer projects that are funded by ARPA. So we have a number of active projects. We have quite a few. Some are large and some are smaller. Many were funded by the surtax. You'll see that's a good amount, although ad valorem, that's our 5-year CIP. That's a big, big number, which is what prompted our discussion on the Parks Bond to help address some of that, and that'll go to the voters in November. But we do have surtax-funded projects that are still being finished up, even though that's coming to an end. So you'll see those on our list, as well as our golf courses. I have to continually repeat it because I don't think people understand. Our golf courses are completely funded by golfers. They are not ad valorem. That's often included in our overall budget and pointed to as a budget increase for Parks and Recreation. That is not accurate. Our golf courses fund their own projects, so that is a funding source for us. Impact fees as well. Zone 1, which is or North County rather, Zone 1 is North County, Zone 2 is South County. And then Florida Boater Improvement Fund projects, we do get a little bit of capital funding, but that has to go towards boat ramps, anything marine facing that the boaters would use, docks, things like that. So there's a lot of projects, like I said, so I'm not going to go through them line by line except to draw attention to a few of them and the reason that we're recommending they advance. So I do have some late-breaking good news on Burt Aronson South County Regional Park. Although there is a funding gap here, we got both a federal appropriation for $850,000 and also a state appropriation for $850,000. So that number, that funding gap, has been reduced by $1.7 million just within the last 2 weeks, and thanks to our legislators and our team that worked on that. So we've been able to close that gap a little bit. And then again, we continue to phase our projects. We look at prioritizing what needs done first. As you know, we do have needs. We have new things that are needed, but we also, most of our park system was built in the 80s and 90s, so we have replacement as well. But we're very excited about that. Those are directly associated with economic
Excuse me, Jennifer,
activity,
Commissioner
sports,
Sachs
tourism. Yes.
has something to say.
Yes.
You were really on a roll there, Jennifer, so I didn't want to
sorry.
interrupt you. I just wanted to compliment you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Compliment you on what you're doing for our parks, canyons, and also the South County Regional Park. But I'd like to also mention that you are working with many of us on opening up fields for soccer and for flag football, which is open to girls now. It's a tremendous opportunity for girls. So whatever you're doing, and I congratulate you, and also getting grants and state funding for this, but continue to work on opening up fields for our students, because I get calls weekly from dads, coaches, moms, and they need more fields for their kids.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So again, I'm not going to go through each of them, but if any of you want to revisit specifically, let me know. The ones that are currently in design, we're going to finish design, and then we'll know more in November where we stand about how we move forward. Those that we have a grant for, we do want to advance. We're waiting GMP on a couple things you'll see in the Glades. And once we know that amount, we may be able to pull from our ad valorem R&R to fund that gap, but we won't know until we have that GMP. We think we're close, we're just not there on those two projects as well. So we do have some projects that we're deferring. That Lantana District I, that's a bond project. That's Parks Bond. That's in District 6. But we're deferring design again until November, till we know more both about the property tax referendum, but also about the Parks Bond. We'll know where we stand on that. So again, if they're in design, we're completing design. If they're not yet started, we're recommending we defer until November until we know more. And then I did want to point out Peanut Island as well. We also received an appropriation for our historic area there. So that's really good news, and that'll help lessen that funding gap as well. We continue to receive grant funding that we match for that project. And then South Bay Railroad Cottage, I am recommending we advance this one because it is a historic structure. We have to prioritize water intrusion. We don't want to lose this structure. It's part of our history. And so I am recommending, again, we advance. We're awaiting bids. We think we're close, and we'll be able to hopefully close that gap through either ad valorem that we have in our R&R or a grant. And then we get into boat ramps. We're awaiting bids on these as well. Surtax funded. I'm recommending we advance the boat ramp in South County Regional replacement. If we do not. Some of these, if we defer them, we would just close them until they're no longer safe. Windsor Park at the top of the slide, again, Phase 2, that's in the Parks Bond, so I'm deferring that till November. And then we get into a lot of deferment, so that's why I'm not going through these one by one, but a lot of restrooms that need replacement. They're very old. We keep them clean, but they're not very pretty. But they're usable right now, and if they were no longer usable, we would close them. Restrooms, maintenance buildings, sports buildings, our campground building in John Prince. Some playgrounds, we are in design on this top group of playgrounds. I recommend we finish design, and then we'll kind of know how close we got with that estimated funding gap. Because again, just like everything else, the longer we defer it, the more it seems to cost. But we do have a few playgrounds we have not started design on yet, so we're going to defer those till November. And then we have racquetball courts, which I know you all have seen probably 3 or 4 times now. We continue to extend the grants on them. We're recommending we advance on the ones that our demolition, we know we have enough money for. But the one that we think that we're short funding we'll defer that one until November and then make a decision. So that's kind of our summary, but again, that top number, that 4.09, is no longer accurate because we did receive 1.7 million in appropriations towards that project. And that is, these are the projects in parks we're recommending that we advance and determine how we're going to fund them. And I'm going to pass it back to the first Jennifer, I think, and Sherry to talk about this.
Thank you, Thank you, Jennifer. And yes, Commissioner, so this pretty much shows all of the projects per department and the funding gap that we currently have for the projects where staff recommended to proceed. As we discussed, while there is a funding gap, the goal would be to, at the appropriate time, then come up with a funding strategy. And that funding strategy, whether it is to take that from some potential R&R or to take the funding from other projects, we'll have to look at this in a more holistic approach. It may not just be within the department, it may be within other departments that will have to, just overall our buckets of funding that we have available to support capital. Depending what happens in November, do we have the opportunity for bond issuance? We'll have to come up with a funding strategy, obviously working through Sherry's team. The final slide in the presentation, again, just recapping, obviously we're going to follow board's direction on how to proceed. We will come back after November because there will be some decisions that we'll have to make specifically on just some of those projects where there's aging infrastructure and it's critical for us to make a decision. Just a reminder that we will, any R&R, and remember this list that we showed today was not encompassing of all projects. There's a lot of projects where there's a lot of R&R work that's being done already, so you will see some of those items come forward. And then again, if there's any critical issues, again, we'll continue to move forward. But I believe that concludes our presentation. Happy to take any questions you may have. Repair and replace.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jennifer, where are we in consideration of this idea of a track somewhere in Palm Beach County? We talked about that before. I know that's not something that's on the list, but it's something that keeps coming up.
Yes. Yes, Mayor, if I may. Commissioner, we have a couple ways we want to address a track. So we do have it in a project to do some kind of track and field facility at Dyer Park, which would be part of the Parks Bond to look at improvement of our sports facilities there. But also the easiest and best way we feel like we can access a track for public use is through an interlocal agreement with the school district and helping improve their facilities that will benefit both their students, but also become an instant park to be available after school hours. So West Point Middle School, that interlocal agreement is coming before you. Hopefully next month. We had to have them re-sign it at the school board side. And that will open up that track for public use after school hours. So that's just the first step. We have in our Parks Bond improvements to school facilities in every commission district across the county.
Thank you. Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I know we asked you guys to do this on short notice, but I think it's a prudent and the right thing for us to be doing is to go through this exercise. And I support in concept what you guys are recommending. But I until we know where we're going to end up in November, I think it's the right thing to do to pause some of these things. And then where we do have the funding available for the design and planning, we can move forward and hopefully, that money it won't go to waste. I mean, eventually the project will get done, but it may require a longer time before we are able to get them done. So I don't know, do you guys, do we need an approval on this? What are you all looking for? Direction? Or just a presentation?
Yeah.
I guess you guys, do you need us to do anything?
We do not, unless there's any board direction of anything you've seen to send us in a different direction of what we have planned at administration. I think we do not need to vote for anything.
Okay, good.
Commissioner Sacks, you're recognized.
Yeah, I just want to go to Jennifer Cirillo again in response to Commissioner Powell's question about the fields. School starts in August. We've been talking about using school facilities for a while. Can we help you with this?
Well, we do use school facilities. I think part of the issue is during school, many of them don't have lights. The middle schools don't have lights. So during the school year, they're not very available to the public because by the time school ends and the kids are gone, it's dark out.
Now, I'm actually talking about the summer. That's why I said school starts in August.
Yeah.
My schools, all those fields are empty.
They're available
They're
right
locked.
now. They're available right now through mutual
Okay,
use.
so can I tell coaches that they can go ahead and contact somebody, if you tell me who, contact somebody so they can gain access to our school fields?
Yes,
so they
if
can
they're-
practice?
I'm sorry, Commissioner. Yes, if they're recreation.
It's all recreation. It's all
Yes.
recreation. So if you could let us know maybe publicly now or later, so we can publish this idea, because they are looking for fields. My fields in my area are locked. I'd like to be able to have them gain access to these school fields before school opens.
Okay, that'd be great. They can reach out to Palm Beach County Parks and Recreation, to my office.
Okay.
And in John Prince Park. And again, as long as they're recreation, they're not travel teams and not.
They'll contact
profit.
you. You call the rest.
Yes,
and you take
we
care of
can,
it. Okay.
we can get them on our interlocal
Appreciate
agreement
it.
with the school district. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer.
Vice Mayor Woodward, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question for what Commissioner Powell brought up with the tracks and the school agreement. You said after hours. When I was a runner before, early morning was the time. Is that an option as well before school? It may be. We can explore that. Jessica Lunsford Act is what governs that. So the school has to be kind of, fenced and secure, very secure for them to not have people in there during the time school or after school activities are taking place. We typically have our recreation on nights and weekends, but, swimmers swim early in the morning, and I'd imagine track athletes like to work out early in the morning. So we haven't really explored that before, but we could.
Okay, yeah, I would appreciate asking for that because, yeah, when I ran, it was up at 5 a.m. to do that before the sun. So if we could, thank you.
Commissioner Marino, you're recognized.
Thank you. Mike and Jennifer, you both said something that was very interesting. Mostly it was, if we don't fund this, it's going to be near the end of its useful life, and then it is going to be at the end of its useful life. How do we not make that happen? Or how do we not let that happen? We don't want parks and ERM to go away because they're at the end of their useful life because we haven't budgeted correctly. So that's...
Well, speaking for ERM, one of the things that we have done is we do assessments of those public use facilities, and then we prioritize based on the condition of what we're seeing out there. So, we continue to seek out, grant funding, and then, we would apply those to those facilities that need it, as a priority.
Thank you. Jennifer?
And from Parks and Recreation, I will say, I have a tremendous staff of tradesmen on our team that they keep things going long past their useful life. I think Sherry really covered it, is funding for our capital program is imperative. And the years that we were lean and that was not properly funded, it hurt. And we're still digging out from it, honestly. So I think funding our capital program appropriately
and really just recognizing and empowering our staff who do well beyond and keep things going longer than they really could be going. I think those are the two things from Parks that we would appreciate your support on.
And a thank you. I'm glad you said what you said about the golf courses. They pay for themselves. They don't take ad valorem dollars. So as a golfer, I kind of appreciate that. And I know we do get a lot of people that our golf courses are packed. And they are in, for the amount of play they get, they're in great condition. And we even have an Audubon certified golf course. So we are ahead of the curve when it comes to golf in Palm Beach County. So thank you.
Please proceed. We are going to move on to, yes, our pages 90, 91, 6B3, the proposed not to exceed millage rate for fiscal year 2027. Do we have any cards on this, Commissioner Weiss? B3. Okay, no cards. Please proceed.
Okay, we have a short presentation because you know I like 70 slides normally, but I only have 18 today, and I'll try to be quick through the ones that I show you all the time and keep you moving. I got the clicker, I'll keep it working. Okay, so just a reminder, we have 2 public hearings coming up in September on the 3rd and the 15th at 5:05 p.m. Our proposed budget that we're presenting today to you sets our millage rates at the same rate it is today in the general fund of 4.5, the same for the libraries at 0.5491, and the same in the fire rescue at 3.4581. So we'll keep those, our proposal is to keep those the same. This is our not to exceed millage rates, and we'll consider them for adoption in September. We can always lower, we cannot raise above today's rates. So back in June, when we were here with the budget workshop, we were out of balance about $42.4 million. We kept the millage rate at 4.5, which netted out about $18.5 million. The sheriff, our county administrator worked with our sheriff to get, ask for a decrease in his budget, which he did at $20 million. July 1, our values came in higher than what we had originally proposed of almost $7 million, but of course the CRA took about $330,000 of that. We had our clerk here with us last time. We worked with the office there and increased our interest earnings almost $2 million. We had a long discussion about our beach parking. We sent a memo last week about some different options. This budget includes option 2, which would give a discount to our residents. And so the previous proposal had been almost $9 million in revenues, and it takes us down to about $7.5 million as an increase over the current year. Our supervisor of election looked at their budget and decreased it $200,000. We went through, looked at various things within all the different departments with a small decrease of about $1 million. The net change is about $4.5 million we added to the reserves. And the clerk's office also gave us $200,000. They decreased their budget. We had already sent out this proposal, so it wasn't reflected here, but we did get another $200,000 from our clerks. So we're bringing you a balanced budget. Just to kind of go through the sheriff's, this is the net budget for the sheriff. His original budget net of revenues was about $1.1 billion. It was about $93 million higher than 2026. He gave us $20 million. I included in here $5 million from the park ranger. However, we will move that back to parks before the September, so that way we can invoice it instead of just transferring the dollars directly to him. So his net change is $20 million, and his increase from 2026 is about $73.2 million. So we will make that change, and of course, just a repeat of our property taxes countywide is about $2.2 billion. Of course, 1.6 million in the general fund with the millage rate of 4.5. Fire rescues, 514 million at their 3.4581 mils, and our library is a millage of 0.5491, generating about 106 million. Just a comparison, I won't go through any big details here, other than our voted debt you'll see is a drop because one of our bonds for the waterfront access was paid off in the current year. So going forward, we just have the one issue for our housing bond. You've seen this chart a lot just to show our growth over the last several years and what it generates in property taxes within the general fund. And then just a reminder that our property taxes, our values continue to increase. We saw about a 7% increase for the 2027 with the July 1 numbers. We'll keep our millage rate flat. So we still see it increase. It's just kind of leveling off, and we'll expect to see a little bit more of a leveling off in the future. Our millage rate impact on a homesteaded property. So in 2026, that median assessed value is about $224,000 with the $50,000 homestead exemption. CPI is only 2.7% versus the 3% cap. So the increase is at 2.7% to bring in 2027 that home to $178,000 taxable value. With our millage rate of 4.5 and 0.0210 for debt service, the taxes for combined is about $808, so it's almost $22 higher than in 2026. And we repeat the same kind of example with different price points of houses here. Maximum millage rate. We talked a little bit about the maximum millage rate at the last one with Senate Bill 4F during special session. The governor did sign that, and it became effective July 1. We were expecting it to go into effect January 1, and did our annual trim training, and DOR was like, nope, it goes into effect right now. So they've changed all of our forms. So the calculation for maximum millage rate is rollback rate. And anything above rollback, up to 110% of that, requires a majority vote. And so that's where our 4.5 is right now. The rollback rate is 4.2678. To go to rollback, based on this balanced budget now, we would have to reduce our expenditures about $86 million. Okay, just kind of showing where our balanced budget is right now. Our BCC departments overall is down about $11.7 million or 2%. The sheriff's budget's up $884, and this is gross. This isn't his net of revenue, so that's why it's different from the previous screen. But this is what the gross expenses are that you will adopt in September. The other constitutional offices are up about $8 million. Debt services down 3.8, CRAs are up almost 8.6 million. Our reserves are up 26. And then our capital's flat to show the difference in our budget. We wanted to also show, because we did talk about lowering the millage at our last meeting, to go to a 4.4 millage rate. That would require us to cut almost $35 million. This is just an example that if we asked the sheriff to cut 28.7, we would get a $2 million reduction in CRAs, and we could reduce our reserves, the 4.2 that we added to get balanced. That would be where we are.
Sherry, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's very important to note, as you see in the far right column, every single partner has gone up over 5%, most in the 7% range. But your BCC departments, we cut $35 million, which reflected here because there are some increases, raises, et cetera. We're the only ones that are making negative 2% cut to our department. So we're doing everything we can to be fiscally responsible, fiscally prudent. I think it's important for first and foremost the public to take note, but of course the state that is constantly looking at administration and the board. If you look, it's not in this packet, but in the previous packet and in the future, if you look at the chart of everyone going up, we're now going down. And I think that's of significant importance. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay. Just to kind of summarize where we are, the budget presented is balanced.
Excuse me, Sherry. Commissioner Flores, did you have a question?
Yeah, not so much a question, but a comment. If Sherry can go back to the previous slide. So I wanted to jump into what Administrator Bruzo just mentioned. It seems like we are pretty much the only ones having to sacrifice our services to our constituents. And, everything else seems to go up except us. If this can't be a trend. I mean, I think we need to ask our partners out there to do the same. They can't continue to increase if it's going to come at the back of our services. We just heard some commissioners talk about parks, about bathrooms, about services, about doing more stuff in the mornings for joggers, runners. That requires employees. That's going to require people out there maintaining, servicing, opening a gate, closing a gate, providing security. So it can't come at our backs. And this year we're gonna do it. But I think that moving forward, we need to know that we have partners out there because it can't. Other departments and other constitutional offices can't continue to increase, and we're going to continually cut at a 10, 12, 15, $20 million clip because our residents also come accustomed to going to the beach, going to parks, making sure that their roads work properly. So, and then I look around and I see, constitutional officers advertising on TV. Are we really looking at those expenses that they are budgeting? So they need to really start sharpening the pencil. I mean, I see that they cut a couple of, $100,000, but that's not nearly enough. I mean, constitutional offices went up, almost 100 million this year. So I'm just, voicing that because it can't come at the back of the BCC and the departments and the services that we provide. If we want to truly cut, we got to look across the board.
Administrator Abruzzo.
Appreciate the commissioner's comments and continuing to negotiate with our constitutional officers. One thing of note, and I know Sherry mentioned it, had very cordial discussions with Sheriff Bradshaw. He was great to work with in the sense that he understood we needed to get down to the 20 million, which he did not anticipate for to balance out our budget. He and his budget staff did not take long to negotiate it, so very grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you. What is back on the previous slide? You said that we have reduced, the BCC has reduced, and all the other constitutional officers have gone up 5% and 7%?
This is the 4.5, so this is where we are today. So the sheriff is up about 84 million in expenses, which is 7.8%. The other constitutional offices, 7%.
Commissioner Powell, you're recognized. Oh.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A second ago, I just saw the sheriff budget was up at 5%.
That would be a proposal if we wanted to lower the millage rate to 4.4. That's not the proposed budget today, but if you wanted to look at something. Yeah, we would have, there's 34 million, so we would propose cutting an additional 28.7, which would be, about almost $50 million between the 20 million that we have today plus an additional 28.7 to lower the millage rate.
Okay, thank you for that. The follow-up question is, the other constitutional officers, we asked Dorothy Jacks earlier, the property appraiser, if they were, I think Commissioner Weiss asked if her budget would be impacted if this tax amendment were to pass, Amendment 3 on the ballot, apparently. we show other constitutional officers, they're all lumped together to show that 7%. Do we have a breakdown of, and just for my edification, what other constitutional officers are in the budget that we're in charge of, also for the edification of those who are at home?
We got it. So we have, of course, the clerk, the property appraiser, the sheriff, the supervisor of election, and the tax collector. Okay, and then we also have judicial, which is court administration, the public defender, state attorney. So the clerk of the courts is up about 18.6%. The property appraiser is up 4.67. The sheriff we've discussed. The supervisor of election is up 1.48%. The tax collector, we currently have the tax collector budget at 3.08%. However, we don't get her budget till August 1st, so we may see a little adjustment to that number between now and September. And so the total is the 7.72, but all of judicial with the public defender, the court administration, is up about 13.68%. And I think the biggest chunk of that is in court-related IT, which is up 21%. And that's on page 11 of your budget package, too.
Thank you.
Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Thank you, guys. First off, thank you for the great work. Lowering our budget 2% is, I know that's a lot, and you guys have really sharpened the pencil. And I echo the comments of Commissioner Flores, that it's not sustainable, and we're going to need help going forward, regardless of what happens. Obviously, we'll need more help if the tax package passes. If not, we're still going to need help. I did have one request on the parking, and I know, and I appreciate the 20% discount, and I understand you guys listened, but possibly can we not charge for parking after 4 p.m. or 4:30 p.m. so families that want to go to the beach and have a barbecue or have a cookout or do something, they can afford, they won't have to pay a parking fee. And
we'll bring Jennifer up to discuss it, so, yeah.
I don't think that's asking, I don't know how many people come that late in the afternoon.
Thank you. Just need to, hold on. That's not on. There we go, okay. Certainly, the board can give us direction to modify the parking fees at the beaches any way they would like to. I would say any modification is less revenue we would bring in, which are the scenarios the administrators talked about, and it would result in a cut somewhere else. And our Parks Department has already cut $4.2 million this year. I'm not recommending further cuts. That's why we recommended a revenue strategy.
Madam Mayor?
You may.
I don't believe, although we have to do our study, I don't believe it's going to be that significant of an impact where we could potentially look at some reserves for that money.
If you guys could look at that, trying to find something for our folks that are really struggling out there to be able to use our beaches.
Madam Mayor?
You may.
We will look at it, and I will bring something back by hopefully next week, potentially.
Commissioner Marino, you're recognized.
Thank you. Sherry, you said something about IT with the judiciary. Is that a one-time or is that yearly?
No, that's an annual. Yeah, we fund the court IT. It's part of Article 5 and the bane of my existence. Yes.
Are there any one-time fees that are reflected here that won't be in the future?
I don't
Obviously,
think
that's what
so.
one time means, so.
So I think we built in to replace some equipment, but it's in a replacement program, so we would need to budget that annually to keep up with the various IT projects and stuff. So nothing really one time.
Okay, thank you.
Software
Commissioner Weiss, did you?
licenses. Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Powell, you're recognized.
This question is for Jennifer, maybe even the administrator. Do we build in terms of the estimate for the parking, the additional money or the potential additional money we would make from the parking tickets?
That revenue would not come to the Parks Department. It would depend on the agency who issues the ticket that would receive the revenue. So some of our beaches are in municipal boundaries. The rest would be PBSO would do the enforcement.
And depending on the jurisdiction, the clerk of the court receives a sizable chunk of tickets as well.
This is a different question. Maybe later on we could follow up on that. Then, how beneficial is it for us when we do? I mean, if there's going to be parking tickets issued, we need to, especially at our parks and beaches, we need to really recoup at least a portion of that for. I mean,
Is it state?
the state.
Yeah, it's.
There are some restrictions. I don't know them off the top of my head, but I don't think it's available for us to recoup for park operations. It's different than the parking fee that they're paying can come directly to us, but not the ticketing, the enforcement piece of it, because we're not doing that actual ticketing.
Madam Mayor?
You may.
In the collection, the collection would also fall on those jurisdictions, so they usually contract out to collection agencies as well, Commissioner.
Commissioner Weiss, did you have a question, real quick?
Could we have our own people do it, and then the revenue would stay with us?
Madam Mayor?
You may.
I would have to work with the county attorney's office. We need to look at state statute. It's potentially possible, so.
Vice Mayor Woodward, you're recognized.
Just to follow up on that, if we are changing our park rangers to go under the sheriff's department, why would that not be us through the sheriff's department being the one signing the tickets? We're doing law enforcement with park rangers now, are we not?
We are doing park rangers through PBSO, but again, not all of the people that would be, our ordinance is anybody can enforce our ordinance that has enforcement powers. So it may or may not be the sheriff. It could be someone, municipal police department, that park happens to be within their boundaries that could also issue the ticket. That is possible, but go ahead. But yes, the park rangers, once they go under sheriff, if they are given enforcement powers, they don't currently have them, but if they are given enforcement powers when they are under the sheriff and they ticket, that revenue would be processed like any other ticket that PBSO would issue. That's my understanding.
Can you clarify enforcement power that our park rangers would have?
So the park rangers currently do not have enforcement powers. When they go over to PBSO, similar to their community service aides, if they are given the power to ticket, which they currently do not have, and they issued a parking ticket, they would be doing that as a park ranger or community service aide-like position, but they currently do not, our rangers do not, and even on August 12th when they go to the sheriff's office, will not be able to issue tickets in our parks. Does that make sense?
I just wanted to clarify that was not a provision in the contract.
No, that is not a provision in the contract. But again, if the sheriffs eventually did give them community service aid type enforcement powers, right now, if someone were violating, it would have to be a law enforcement officer, which could be anybody. It could be FWC, could be FHP. It's most likely a PBSO community service aide who does parking enforcement and issues the tickets, or it's a municipal police department that could issue a citation against our ordinance. I'm sorry, am I not being clear? I'd be happy to take a follow-up.
No, you're being clear. I'm not understanding why we did that then. If we're shifting park rangers to the sheriff, as I understood, the reason for doing that was so that they did actually have policing power that our current park rangers do not.
I think that's eventually the intent. It's just they do not have it now. I don't want you to assume that our ranger could go issue a ticket, write a ticket today. They could not until they're given such powers.
But in August, when they become under the sheriff, they can. Or they
would be
still can't.
sheriff's employees, so that would be.
No, they're still going to be civilians. there's no provision in the contract for them to be deputized in any way or to have any kind of law enforcement. The goal, according to the contract, was that they'll have a faster response time, because previously when something occurred in the park, they'd have to reach the supervisor, and the supervisor would have to call 911, and the response when they need a sheriff's deputy would be delayed. So it was enhancing that communication with the sheriff directly, where they would communicate with the sheriff directly to response. But there's no provision for them to be deputized or to have any law enforcement power, at least not per the contract.
They do have law enforcement supervision in the contract. So those are sworn officers that are in the contract, the supervision of the park rangers. And they, it is also a deterrent toward breaking any ordinance, because they are going to be branded as PBSO park rangers as well. But they do, David, have law enforcement supervisors in their contract.
Oh, I did. So just make sure we're clear. They themselves, the park rangers that were transferred, remain park rangers. They have no additional authority, not pursuant to the contract. So just making sure that's clear.
Okay, but the community service, like sheriff, they have these community aid.
Yes, they're look different, and community service
They can
aides
write
are
parking
already
tickets.
writing tickets.
They
Yes.
can write parking
Yeah,
tickets.
so we have the two parks that, one of them is in your district. I know you're familiar recently. So in South Inlet Park, both sheriffs, community service aides write tickets, but also Boca PD technically could go in there and write a
Right.
ticket because it's in Boca.
But that will not be park rangers. That, okay, I didn't know that.
Commissioner Sacks, you're recognized.
I agree with Commissioner Woodward, and I don't understand the difference, Mr. Attorney. If we are making park rangers law enforcement, is that what we did? But we didn't deputize them? It doesn't make any sense.
They're park rangers. That's what the contract said. They're park rangers, just that they are supervised by law enforcement, so they have quicker response time. That's pretty much what it is.
So they're not
They don't have
deputized.
independent authority to act as law enforcement officers.
So they're not law enforcement, they're park rangers who have faster radios.
Yes.
I mean, really, I thought our park rangers needed protection in the parks because of issues with, homelessness and people not listening to them. But that's not my correct understanding. The correct understanding is we had park rangers with slow radios. Now they have faster, but Commissioner Woodward is correct. And Cirillo, if we're paying them, the county's paying them, why can't we recover the fees of people violating the laws in our parks, which we pay to make sure that they're well kept and protected?
We feel there's additional benefits rather than just the additional, the radios will be faster, yes, the connection will be faster, but they will receive additional training and resources that we feel are aligned with law enforcement that will be able to enforce our ordinance better. So there's a lot of benefits we feel like.
Just
the
like
park
a
rangers-
COP, like a citizen on patrol?
Very similar,
Cop.
except they're park rangers, yes. But not volunteers. These are employees, yes.
But they're not deputies.
Correct.
So they are not sworn law enforcement?
Correct.
And how much more are we paying?
It's basically the same budget. It's a wash, very similar to our current park security budget. It's just realigning the resource.
Madam Mayor.
Administrator?
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Sacks. The look and feel of the park rangers will be, it won't say citizen patrol, it will be Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, uniforms, much more professional, which we feel is the deterrent. I came in as administrator as this was being negotiated. I'm happy, if it's the board direction, to go back to negotiate with the sheriff for sworn deputies and anything that the board directs us to do. It will be a higher cost, but if that's the direction, I've been negotiating with the sheriff a lot lately,
I
so
bet you have.
you could. I have no problem going back to work out a different deal.
I appreciate that, Mr. Abruzzo, because if somebody's representing himself or herself as a quasi law enforcement, but not really. It's almost dangerous for them because it appears if somebody has, and I just don't think this is not, let's look at it. Let's see the costs. I just hate to see a young park ranger there. She looks like a deputy, but she's really not. She has no law enforcement authority. She's not armed, and someone could think she's armed. So it just seems to be sort of a mishmash, and we're not getting any money from it either. So Commissioner Woodward, you're on. Let's take a look at it and see what we have, and I think we can probably discuss it a little further. Thank you.
Commissioner Flores, do you have a question?
I did, but after hearing Administrator Abruzzo, I'm not going to ask the question. I was just going to go back to what Commissioner Woodward said, but I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, no more questions if you would like to proceed.
Okay, just to wrap up, we have a balanced budget. We'll take a look at our beach parking. We currently have a 20% discount for residents, but we'll also look at giving free parking after maybe 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening. The purpose of this meeting is to set the maximum millage rate to be printed on the
Excuse me, Sherry, I have a question. Does this scenario with the beach parking include like an annual pass that a resident can buy?
It does not currently. Again, we could certainly include that, but it would reduce the revenue we would realize.
I would, yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you. I have actually today to talk to staff about annual pass, and also to Commissioner Weiss's great recommendation that it would be for residents to have the free parking after 4 p.m., but visitors would potentially still pay, if that's the will of the board.
I wasn't a fan of parking in the first place, paying for residents having to pay to park in the first place, and I'm supporting Commissioner Marino on this because it was her ask. But I really dislike, I was sold the idea that we would do this similar to our southeastern communities where they do have like resident passes that could be bought at a discounted rate. And now we're saying that's not an option at all.
Yeah, of course, we can go back and rework that number and what we think that would be. And again, it would be based on who we know is visiting the beaches through our Placer AI data. After 4:30 will be easy for us to capture. But the annual pass will be a guesstimate based on our other agencies, our peer agencies, to your point, Mayor. So we can certainly put that in the scenario when the budget comes back.
Commissioner Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you for that. And on that same parking situation and conversation, part of it, we talked about ticketing authority. What we forgot to mention, or we just didn't talk about today, was who gets the authority to issue tickets potentially. Remember, some of these systems use photos where they take a picture of your car and the tag, and when you go in and out, then they issue a ticket. So let's remember to keep that in mind in terms of as we visit how to address this particular issue in terms of the funding and where that goes when it's done. So I don't know if it's not us issuing the ticket, if it's a photo system, who's in charge of that photo system and where the money goes.
Vice Mayor Woodward, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to add, as if we're going to continue to look at how the beach parking is done, the city that does this for the annual pass, Boca Raton, actually has a beach and parks taxing district that we pay into on top of our regular millage, and it's $90 a year for the annual pass if you live in the taxing district. So just to try to make sure that we find a way to compare the two. It's not going to be an apples to apples because we don't have a taxing district just for parks. But, you know, it's still, we pay a hefty tax on our property taxes, and it's $90 per car per year. And no prorating of any of that done. If you buy it a month before it expires, you pay for the whole year too. So very strict on that. But we also have phenomenal parks, so you pay for what you can.
Okay.
May I say something?
You may.
This whole beach parking thing, it's not something I'm a big fan of. And I think I voiced that opinion at the last meeting. We're getting a 20% discount, but we're really not giving them a discount. We're charging them 80% more for parking when they're not paying anything for it today. What is the rate going to be for an hour of parking at a Palm Beach County park, beach park?
Mayor?
You may.
Right now, we are estimating $4, but a 20% discount on that. And again, that rate is scalable,
$3.25.
but that is what we currently, we have 2 parks we charge at right now, and 1 park we're bringing on that we must charge at, and $4 would be the minimum.
And how much money are we are estimating to receive from this?
Do you want to answer that?
I'm sorry, I missed it.
Oh, how much money we're looking to receive? It's 7.5 million, but
Okay.
that's only with the 20% discount. It's not including the other discounts we talked about today.
Right.
Madam Mayor?
You may.
And I understand there's some dismay about the beach parking, and we can scrap it, but we just have to figure out where to cut $7.5 million from that point. And that, right.
I have a few ideas. Thank you.
Commissioner Marino, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I don't think we need to scrap it, because the complaints I'm getting from the beaches that are getting used up in Jupiter is that the cars that are parking there are not Florida plates. So I don't believe that I don't believe that folks that don't live here shouldn't be paying. And there was a question asked about how will this affect tourist dollars. It won't affect tourist dollars at all. No one cares what it costs to park at a beach. That's coming from out of town who's already spending X amount of dollars to stay in a hotel and rent a car. So I don't think that is an issue. Should there be some sort of a benefit to our residents? Yes, but getting rid of this, no. I don't agree with that. There are too many non-residents that are parking in our beaches that make it difficult for our own residents to use the beaches. This is the complaint I get over and over. Jennifer, I've sent you these emails countless times. So no, I don't believe we should be getting rid of this. If there's some fee structure to give a benefit to our residents, then fine, but I don't believe we should be getting rid of this. I think this is something that needs to be put in place, actually for a protection of our own residents. Thank you.
Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
If everybody's done, I'd like to make a motion to approve item B3, A, B, C, and D, and E.
I have a motion by Commissioner Weiss, a second by Vice Mayor Woodward. I know we have cut a lot. I did like on the slide that the proposal you had put as a max millage rate of 4.4. But this is, if we approve this, we're setting it, the max millage rate at 4.5.
So we're setting it today at 4.5, and if you want to lower it at one of the public hearings, that would be a discussion, but it's $35 million to lower. Our recommendation,
You worked
one
out.
example was just with the sheriff, the CRAs, and reserves, but, of course, it's anything on the list.
Okay, well, I have a motion and a second. Would we like to do a roll call vote? I would. Clerk, if you would, please.
Commissioner Powell? Yes. Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Well,
Not for her, but for me on the microphone so you could hear it, and the people at home can hear it.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacks?
What do you say? Oh, yes.
Commissioner Weiss?
Yes.
Commissioner Flores?
Yes.
Commissioner Marino?
Yes, because this is setting the maximum millage rate. We can always go down from here. So that's a yes.
Vice Mayor Woodward?
Yes.
And Mayor Baxter?
No, I would like to see our max millage rate lower.
Thank you. That's 6 to 1.
Thank you, everyone. Moving on to water utilities. Does anyone need a presentation? I will entertain a motion to approve 61.
I have a question.
Vice Mayor Woodward.
Yes, I have a question on the $25,000 annual donation on this item. Can we explain what that $25,000 a year donation to the school district is for?
Vice Mayor, yes. It would be part of the participation with the school district on a portion of the funding, providing the transportation to get to this, the center.
I'm sorry, transportation for?
Transportation for the kids to move from the school to the facility. It would not be the complete funding source. It's a portion of it.
Okay, this came up in my agenda review. I had questions on why we're building this facility for them to bring all the second graders. That's the plan for the future field trip for second grade students in Palm Beach County. And we're also going to give them money to bring them here. I just had a question on that because school district, why are we paying for that part of it? We're already providing the facility and they're going to be coming. We're not charging them to bring the students, are we? Is that, we're not
And
making?
don't they have school buses?
They have school buses, don't they?
Yes.
So is this paying for fuel? I'm sorry to
No, I don't know why we're doing this. I don't like that part of it. We're providing the facility. We're not charging them to ticket pricing or anything like that. We're going to have staff there to educate the students. It's a phenomenal facility. We just had the groundbreaking or the partial groundbreaking, whatever it was. But I mean, we can see what's coming. I don't know why we would have to do this part as well. I think the school district can pay for their students to be transported out of their budget.
So, and Ollie can fill in on a little bit more of the history, but I would tell you that it's something that's been in the works for a couple, 3 years. We've got representation from the school district as well that's engaged in similar relationships with other facilities. And I think that's what's been worked on through the years is to help facilitate and make this work. We would be a contributing partner, notwithstanding our having the facility and providing the facility and the educational piece of it, but we'd be a facilitating partner to offset part of the transportation cost to bring the kids there. And you guys fill in the blanks if I'm missing something.
Good afternoon, Ali Payapam, Water Utilities Director. It's been a long day for all of you. I'm going to be quick. So the program has been established years ago. They have that program with other facilities. Kravis Center, B1, Botanical Garden is another one. Everybody pays $25,000 of the overall cost. The total cost is more than that. I think what I heard was, and we have the school board, Dr. Snyder, with us today. She can get to the details. It's about $50,000 to $60,000. Sure. I apologize. So the overall cost for the whole trip is about 15,000 students per year. Is about $50,000 to $60,000. We're not paying for the entire cost. We're just helping them with a part of the cost. And that was known to us from the beginning of the project. It's an established program that they have for all the other partners that they have. Botanical Garden is one. They do $25,000. The other one was the Kravis Center. They do the same thing. So we didn't change anything here.
Ali, the dollars, are they coming from water utilities or are they coming from ad valorem?
No, water utilities.
Okay.
No, they are coming from ad valorem.
From our budget.
They are coming from, I am wrong. They are coming from water utilities. We changed it, that's.
Okay. Thank you for that scare and then clarification.
I was about to leave.
Okay. Vice Mayor Woodward, do you have any more questions?
No, I don't like that part of it. I think we're providing the facility. We're not charging a ticket price or anything. We are a public entity that's providing this, and I would not be in support of the Part B of this. The first part, I'm great, but not the Part B.
We'll make sure to take them separately. Thank you. Commissioner Sacks.
This is a park in my district. And it is, and I don't want to go into history, it's really beautiful history, but this is a water filtration process facility, isn't it?
Correct.
So this is a water facility expense that would be normal, just that we're having the kids there to watch how we filter the water. Would that be correct? Okay. Okay. I think it's written so that it's almost like, when they say that the donation, it's really a water treat. It's beautiful, and everybody should go to it, really. But it's a facility for water treatment. So it's part of the whole overall facilities for us to have the cleanest water in the state. So in that regard, I think it's okay. I wouldn't want to do this to another park, but it's a good thing to do. It's a good thing to do.
Okay, I will entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, sorry. The agreement itself right now has the $25,000 in it, so if you voted yes on Part A of the motion, we would be approving the $25,000. So I just wanted to point that out.
Understood. Thank you. So we can do it all as one. So I will entertain a motion to approve item 61A and B. Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Sacks, a second by Commissioner Weiss. We are going to do a roll call vote, please. Well, excuse me, we'll just, no? All right. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
We have a 6-1. We'll see that it passes, please. Thank you so much. Joel? I assume you were a yay. Excuse me, Commissioner Flores.
Yes, I am. Yay.
Thank you. Moving on to item 61, Parks and Rec. Jennifer, you have come up here quite a bit today. Okay, we'll take the card first if you guys don't mind. Please call the name, Commissioner Weiss.
This is for item 6E1, and that would be Jacob Mokri.
Hi, my name's Jacob Mokri. I live in the neighborhood just adjacent to this proposed park, and I want to start off by saying thank you for all your service.
Excuse me, sir. Yeah, we can't hear you. If you could, yeah.
I live next to the proposed park that we're going to talk about, and I want to say thank you for your service, and it's been great watching you guys, how your minds work and how diligent you serve. Thank you. And I'm grateful to participate. So our neighborhood is kind of like the acreage before the acreage used to be. All the properties are 1 acre. And it used to be very rural on the edge of town. It was put there over 40 years ago. And as the city develops, it changes and that happens. And we largely are excited about the idea of the park coming into the area as our neighbor. We do have a concern for security and privacy. So while a lot of people may appreciate having water features and stuff like that right next to their property, we have started out from a rural background of generations of folks that enjoy that. We're hoping that the county can work with us to come up with an arrangement where we don't have people walking right up against our properties, and so that they can't look into our houses, and we're not doing that. Things change, things grow. Eventually, our lot of land will, look like a lot of land in Brevard or Miami-Dade County because so many people keep moving in. But we'd like to work with the county to mitigate the growth in a way that works with both of us.
Sir, may I ask what neighborhood you live in?
Thousand Pines, it's right.
So that is on the north side of the water treatment area?
Yes.
Okay. Or not treatment area, but the big lake catchment. And then this is a decent distance away. Why do you think that people visiting this park would be able to see into your home and it would just become part of the school?
Historically, it's just been wooded, and we've had homeless folks living in that area, and when we've had crime incidents, they've typically come in from the south side. And so historically, we just don't want any more exposure to people that aren't from the neighborhood. We're a small HOA. It's very modest. It's not like Breakers West, one of our neighbors. We just want to maintain what privacy and security we can in the process. We're not against the process, we just like that.
I guess I'm just trying to understand why you think that if the school took it over, because King's Academy is fenced in, this would become part of King's Academy and there, because we're swapping land, correct, Jennifer?
Not the whole park. I think Jacob's speaking to the entire park development, which would not happen for probably years to come. It's on the park's bond for November, so we won't, again, it's one of those projects that's kind of deferred. We won't know till November, and we would be more than happy to work with the neighbors on the park development and design piece to buffer the public uses from the neighborhood. We do that on a frequent basis, and we would be happy to do that. So we're not talking about developing the park today, but we would be happy to address those concerns as we move forward.
And Vice Mayor Woodward has the paper that I was looking for. Sir, have you seen the map of what would be between you, your neighborhood, and the area?
Yes. I have
Okay,
seen a
there it
picture
is.
of that.
Perfect. All right, I just want to make sure. Commissioner Powell, you're recognized.
Madam Mayor, where's your neighborhood, sir, on this map?
On that map, it's on the right-hand side. You got the zigzag boundary there. And from what I can see with the resolution, it looks like there's a trail that goes right up against the edge of our neighborhood. But
So
I can't tell too tightly because of the resolution.
So your neighborhood is on the same side as the...
The water.
The water.
Oh, it's the water. Okay.
Your neighborhood is what abuts that area going like this?
Correct. We're on the east side, adjacent to that water area. It looks like there's trails that go right up against the property line.
To the right
but
of the lake.
I can't see exactly.
So this is, and we'll get into this in my presentation, Mayor, this is very much a conceptual design of what would fit on the property. Again, active uses to the south side of the lake, away from Thousand Pines neighborhood. But this is conceptual, and the design process would not commence until we have the funding to do so.
A follow-up question, Mr. Jacob. Do you have an opinion for or against the land swap with the park? Or are you only concerned about the park?
I have no opinion on the land swap. I think the park is a great idea.
Okay, thank you kindly.
Thank you. Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Thank you, and I think thank you, Jacob, for bringing that. And I know staff will definitely be reaching out with your neighborhood as they move forward with the design to ensure that you all have a voice and seat at the table. I think this is a remarkable opportunity. Something I know I've been since. It seems like since 2018, we've been talking about this, and to have this come forward, and the opportunity to both help out our local school, as well as benefit the park, our park system eventually, but in the interim, short term, to be able to also help our partners over at the state or at our South Florida Fair, and with helping with some parking. So I think this is great. I'm glad you're bringing it forward, and something as a district commissioner I 100% support.
Would you like to make the motion?
I would.
Can we still get that presentation though?
Leaving it up?
I have
She didn't present yet.
three slides, yes, very, very brief, if
Sure.
it's okay. Okay. So we're seeking board direction today on two items. Commissioner Weiss referred to both of them, and they're in the agenda, related to the future Sandsbury Way District Park. It's also known as District Park K in our files. It's on Sandsbury Way, just north of Belvedere Road, and our immediate neighbor is the King's Academy. This future district park is in the 5-year capital improvement program for level of service needs, and it's 114 acres total with a large lake. I don't have the clicker, so if someone can click, thank you, Eric. So the first item we're seeking direction on today, I think you missed one slide, but the first direction we're seeking is a proposed exchange of property with King's Academy, who again are our neighbors. It would benefit both King's and the public park, but we cannot go negotiate such a thing without the direction of the board, and I'll get into a little bit about our history on this property with Kings Academy. And then the second item we're seeking board direction on is coordination of overflow parking with the South Florida Fair, benefiting again both the fair and the public park. So on the Kings Academy item, we have a history with them. They're a private school located immediately adjacent to Sandsbury Park. And for historical context, the parcels comprising Sandsbury Park were acquired by the county in 1948, 1952, and in 2002. And then 47.3 acres of land was exchanged with Kings Academy on January 7th of 2003 as part of the county's acquisition of the Kings School property on Cherry Road, adjacent to airport property. A portion of Sandsbury Park was developed for retention and mitigation purposes in 2005 by Kings Academy to address drainage requirements associated with construction of the school, as well as future construction of the park, thus resulting in that very large lake that we saw on the map. And we can advance it one more if you would, Eric. Here, I'll take it. Thank you. So Kings has expressed a need to expand their campus, which again, for those looking at this graphic, the Kings Academy campus, Belvedere Road is running up and down on this, or east and west, and Sandsbury Way Park is running on the top side of the 114-acre total park, which is outlined in a black dashed line. That's the entire park. So Kings Academy would like to swap roughly a 5-acre parcel that they own in yellow. It's disconnected currently from their main campus. It does have a county easement, but it's hard for them to access. They have needs for future campus expansion. And again, with board direction, we would negotiate with them to exchange some property so that they could expand their campus, but it would also have a public benefit to be determined as well, and just basically change the configuration of the park. It doesn't take any acreage away from the park. And I have my Prem colleagues with me. I failed to introduce them here. Eric McClellan and Tiffany Sanchez, who work under our director, Jennifer Farrell from FDO, and Annie Helfont from the county attorney's office is here, as well as Tammy Fields, of course, from county administration. So if you have any technical issues or procedural questions from the Prem standpoint about what would happen if you gave direction for us to work on a property exchange, they would certainly be happy to address that. So that's the first item. The second item is a little more
Excuse me, Jennifer. Commissioner Powell.
She can finish. She can
Oh,
finish.
okay.
Okay.
I got a question when she finishes.
Okay. And the second item is to coordinate a request from the South Florida Fair and Expositions located nearby the park, again, Sandsbury Way Park. When it runs south across Belvedere Road, you come to our Fairgrounds and Exposition Center. So it's located nearby, and it would be, the request to be to go and to coordinate planning and development of seasonal shared event overflow parking. They're interested in potentially improving the site within the constraints of the future park to both accomplish pre-development and post-development overflow parking during the fair each year. And as you may know, the fair has expressed that they have parking needs and are working with other parties. This request is specific to this park site, no other sites. That would be what would be negotiated. So we would take agreements outlining the terms and conditions of each of these proposed items, and they would need to be negotiated, returned to the Board of County Commissioners for approval as directed. And so we'd be happy to take any questions you have. That concludes our presentation. This is a picture of the current site, as well as the previous one showed more of the lake that exists that buffers the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Powell?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jennifer, a couple questions. Number one, so I'm looking at this on the property appraiser website as the aerial as well, and I was having a little bit of a difficult time looking at the conceptual plan that was shown, because that shows the north arrow going sideways, and which makes it a little bit difficult to understand.
Normally, yeah.
So the challenge is, yeah, that's how it goes. On Sandsbury Way, this particular piece of property fronts on Sandsbury Way right now, and it is adjacent to Kings Academy. The portion of land that they are looking at, that they own, that they want to swap out with us, appears to be behind, for them, behind a housing development, maybe it might even be a mobile home type development, which is townhome development. Is it townhomes or mobile homes? That is situated behind that, and from the applicant, who I had an opportunity to speak to yesterday, they don't have a way to access that and they don't have an easement, or it would be a small easement that would give them the opportunity to access that, and they also indicated it would be kind of dangerous. I would like to also, which was not discussed in the presentation, address this idea that this portion of land that is owned by the King's Academy is currently set up for, is it dry detention or dry retention? And they would help to mitigate that area. With regard to the portion of land that we'd be swapping that has some environmental issues dealing with lead, is that something that is going to be discussed, and is that a part of our motion that's agreed upon if we do agree in favor? And I'll be upfront, let me be truthful, that in my conversations with both staff and the applicant or the school, I was concerned that we'd be swapping land that fronts on Sandsbury with a portion of property that's hidden behind a development. But if it makes sense, of course, I could be in favor of it. I do understand that also we get this portion of property that's also on the north side, which looks like there's a water catchment area there as well.
Mayor, if I may address. So two things. I'll let Eric talk about the histories of the parcels and the environmental impacts. I didn't get into that detail, but there is some detail that, as commissioners, I think you should be aware of. We looked at different configurations. Again, this is conceptual. Our red square or rectangle here is roughly the same size. However, it does not need to be in that location. But because of ball fields and how we have to kind of square them off and we need big areas, it could be set back in a little bit. I think that, I don't want to speak for Kings, they are here, but I think the key for them is that it is contiguous to their campus. And we looked at options, and for us, that makes the most sense because it has some environmental disturbance and some other things that we feel this could be an opportunity to mitigate. So I don't know, Eric, if you want to go into those details.
Sure, be happy to address that. Commissioner, you gave me quite a bit to unpack there, so let me try and take it item by item if I may. First thing that you mentioned was drainage or water management. And as these two parcels stand today, there is no improved stormwater management system on either property. They're basically existing in their current state without an engineered system in place. The next item that you raised was the environmental impacts. The property that is currently county-owned is a former sheriff's shooting range, which does have impacts from the lead shot and other constituents that are of environmental concern that will require remediation come time for that property to be improved. As far as the property that's currently owned by Kings, it's our understanding that it is the subject of some former construction and demolition debris, which has been buried on the property and would need some kind of remediation or stabilization to make it development ready. Since we have not been in a position to negotiate prior to this meeting in board direction, we haven't gotten into specifics, but we certainly will if it is the board's direction to move forward on that. This will be a fully negotiated exchange agreement as permitted by state statute. You mentioned neighbors. One thing, again, since we have not yet had the opportunity to negotiate, one thing I'm going to advocate for as part of the negotiation is that we be very upfront and transparent, and we work with our neighboring communities as part of this exchange, so the first time they would hear about it would not be through the zoning public hearing process. That certainly never looks good for anyone. It lacks transparency, and we want to make sure we are being fully transparent and serving our constituents. The last item that you mentioned is the frontage. And in real estate, that can have very different valuation when we look at the 5 acres in the exchange. As part of this transaction, we will have to get an appraisal or appraisals, depending upon the price, and the implications of that will be fully vetted to this board as part of the conclusion of any negotiation.
Yeah.
Did I leave anything outstanding?
On that same token, Eric, thank you for that. You'll obviously go into negotiations if this is approved today. I had an opportunity to speak with the representatives from King's Academy, the attorney as well as the principal, and they had indicated as such they'd be willing to contribute up to $200,000 for the lining of the subject property that we're looking at. In terms of the swap, I don't know if those are conversations that are premature because the negotiation hasn't taken place yet. But because the negotiation hasn't taken place, you also indicated that you would be bringing that back to the board as you negotiate. So this is something that if the board so desires to move forward, we'll have an opportunity to look at it a little bit greater detail to see if it is something, they have the opportunity to weigh the costs versus the benefits of this particular land swap. Am I correct?
That is absolutely the case. In fact, during negotiation, since we haven't commenced that yet, it's undetermined if we would bring to you a term sheet and present the material term sheets and any differences that we have in order to inform the development of the agreement, or if we can come to mutual agreement through negotiation and bring you that fully vetted agreement between the Kings and the county for your final consideration. But yes, you will have another full and complete view, fully informed on this concept.
Thank you for that. Is there anything, as the applicant is here, Mr. Martin and Attorney Rice, is there anything y'all want to add?
You are not required to add anything.
President Martin has indicated I can confirm everything you've heard, but I really have nothing further to add unless anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Attorney Rice. You might have switched the vote. I'm appreciative that you did decide to add. Thank you.
I will, if you're finished, Commissioner Powell. Have we, when you hear back from parents of students to play in parks, do you think if a park is located on a major road, it makes a difference to them?
Makes a difference in what way? Safety?
Correct.
Yeah, I think, I think we plan our parks accordingly. Certainly, even playgrounds, there's some that we put certain fencing at that is, if there's a water body or a busy road nearby, we treat it differently from a planning perspective than we would something that may not be near those objects. So I think yes, but also there are parents, like Forest Hill Boulevard is a very good example. Okeechobee Park's one of our busiest parks, and they appreciate being able to access it and get to it. So I think it's both. From a safety concern, but also from an access concern, we hear positives and maybe not so positives when it's on a busy road.
And in size comparison, how much larger is Okeechobee than this? This yellow rectangle.
Yeah, so this is a district park, so anything between 50 and 150 acres is a district park. This is much more comparable to like a West Boynton Park or a Canyon District Park that we just built.
Because again, as a parent, sound and noise, the cars driving by, I would prefer a park not directly on a main road. But I do hear your side of it as well. And I love this project, so thank you, Commissioner Weiss, for also liking it.
It's right across the street from District 6, very close.
Correct. So for those of you that don't know, Sandsbury is our district line. So just because it is on one side, it's District 2, and on the other side of the road, it is District 6. So thank you. Would you like to make the motion? Oh, excuse me, Commissioner Flores, your hand is up. Did you have a question?
Nope, I'm good.
Nope. Okay. All right, do we have a motion and a second already?
Mayor, I only have a motion on the record. I don't have a second.
Okay, we have second, third, and fourth. So I'm just kidding. We will give the second to Commissioner Sachs. All in favor? Any opposed? See that motion carries 7-0, please.
Is that for A and B, Mayor?
Correct.
Direction to work on both items.
Yes, A and B.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to housing and economic development.
Hey, my favorite.
Administrator Abruzzo, we have a workshop day next Tuesday, do we not? Is it a packed workshop?
It is, quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
I am supposed to be in South Bay. Okay.
I was going with you.
Well, at 6. Okay, so do you guys have an abbreviated version of this? Because this is a thick PowerPoint here.
Staff is ready to do an abbreviated
Brief-
if presentations
brief and
are
bright,
necessary.
Madam Mayor.
If
All right.
presentations are necessary.
If they are.
Is anyone requiring a presentation?
Presentation necessary. This is an important issue. I mean, I know
I
we've
don't
got a lot of work to
disagree.
do. But this is,
Madam Mayor, there are the multiple items, so we need to know.
All right, please proceed.
Okay, so we have the, as said, multiple items we're presenting today that we'll go through. Oh, apologies. Today with me, I have Jeff Bolton, Division Director of Contracts, David Bahar, our counsel, our Deputy County Administrator, Jonathan Brown, Deputy Director, Carlos Serrano, myself, Director, Axel Miranda. To my left, Alexandra Tasca, Director of Strategic Planning, Division Director, and Mary Waymar, Department Assistant Director, Economic Development.
Thank you.
First item we'll present for discussion, 6F1. That will be presented by Ms. Waymar.
Good evening, Commissioners. This item is regarding a daycare in Lake Park, Twigs Academy. This project, we are asking the board to fund up to $37,000 to Michelle Invest, also known as Twigs Academy. As you can see on the PowerPoint, this project will provide 10 full new jobs. The 5-year economic impact is $73 million. This was additional cost to the project per Lake Park planning and zoning compliance. Due to the site constraints, the 46 trees could not be accommodated on site, and the town approved an alternative compliance method through payment of a landscaping assessment up to $37,000. The next slide, you'll see the sources of this project. Bank 9, SBA loan, 108 loan, borrower equity, and the funding they were requesting today up to $37,000 for a total project cost of $7.3 million.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Please see that the motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item for presentation will be 6F2. This is a project that we're bringing back to you for final approval. It was part of round 2 of the Housing Bond Loan Program. Results of the 2025 RFPs for affordable. The project is Arise. It's been through final underwriting, and site plan is done. The request from Legacy Landing, LLC, Paxton, apologies, was for $13,921,276 for the housing bond. This would be for 149 county-assisted units at $96,156 per unit.
Any questions? I'll entertain a motion. I have a motion by Commissioner Weiss, a second by Commissioner Marino. All in favor? Any opposed? Please say that the motion carries 7-0. Moving on to 6F3.
Great, thank you.
Please proceed.
Next item up is 6F3, Industrial Development Revenue Bond. Ms. Waymer will be making this presentation.
Go ahead, click it. We are asking the board to adopt a resolution modifying the finances fee for industrial development revenue bonds. On the second page, you can see in red what we are proposing, a $5,000 fee for administrative costs that incurs during these transactions. These fees are issued to bonds where the county is not the issuer, and the issuer is authorities such as education, health, and housing authorities.
Question?
Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. Same question I asked when we reviewed this. This $5,000, do we propose that would impact anybody or impact any of the proposed development bonds from happening?
No, Commissioner, no. We don't anticipate an impact. We're typically talking about anywhere from 10 to 30 plus $1 million projects. And the $5,000 fee is just, it's minimal, but what it does, it recovers the cost of staff time, HED, county attorneys.
Thank you for that.
Vice Mayor Woodward, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. On this one, so for the county-issued bonds, we basically serve as almost the verification for the financial institutions. They need a local source for us to go through and vet this.
Right, and they don't necessarily have to come to us, they just come to us. They
Okay.
can use any elected body.
Okay. Oh, well, right now, maybe they come to us because we're free.
Or probably
Yes.
the lowest.
Yes.
Okay. And is the
And the quickest.
$5,000, is that sort of, how did we come to that number?
Based on the prior history, like how many hours the staff has spent for these type of transactions, we calculated that way. It's an average.
Okay, thank you.
Did you look at, because we are trying to keep things more affordable for local Palm Beach County businesses especially, of either a reduced fee or exempting them from paying this $5,000?
Great question, Mayor. No, we have not looked at that. We've just looked at, again, just trying to recover the staff costs. We had a conversation before, and I didn't give you complete on types of projects that we assist. Most of the projects, all the projects have to have a local project, but quite often we're assisting other projects they have all across the country. And so we're just trying to make sure we recover staff costs and staff time.
You said two different things there. Local projects?
So we may
or-
help a hospital who has a location in 5 other states, and they come to us to get their industrial revenue bonds, and those dollars are used here and in those other states.
And doesn't that then increase the cost of obviously their project as well? And what have we done to this point?
At this point, the county has just been absorbing the costs, spending the time on the projects and just absorbing the costs without recovering.
Are these not good projects for our residents and our?
They are yes, ma'am. They are good projects for the residents. And again, this is just an opportunity to recover costs for projects that we assist. So at least whether the projects we're assisting the ones that are locally and we're assisting the ones that are not local. So we're just trying to recover costs.
Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Yeah, we would be using ad valorem dollars to fund these people's projects. That's not fair to the rest of the taxpayers. I would move to support this.
I have a motion. I have a second by Commissioner Marino. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Please say that the motion carries 7-0. Moving on to 6F4.
So back in April, Madam Mayor, Commissioners, we came to you with our action plan for your direction. What we're coming to you today is to wrap that up so we can meet our timeline for federal submission in mid-August. A couple of things changed, and I'm going to pass it to Ms. Tasca to just briefly address those items that we didn't have at the time when we came to you in April.
Correct. The PowerPoint presentation is almost exactly the same as when you all reviewed it at the April workshop. The only difference is under the Emergency Services Grant, ESG, that NOFO, Notice of Funding Opportunity, was completed and the selection committee proposed allocations for those dollars to the 3 nonprofits that are listed on slide 12. Other than that, everything is the same, and we're just asking for final approval, so I can proceed with more information, or we can wrap it up shortly there.
Make a motion that we approve.
I have a motion by Commissioner Marino, a second by Vice Mayor Woodward. All in favor? Any opposed? Please see that the motion carries 7-0. Moving on to 6F5.
Madam Mayor, would you like a presentation on 6?
I do not need one. Does anyone else? Impact fee.
No.
Commissioner Weiss.
Yeah, I'm sorry. On moving back to item 6F3, I had put a note on here and I had it covered up, and this had to do with an annual index, so you don't have to be coming back here on those application fees. I just peg it to CPI, so they don't have to come back. I'd like to amend my motion to include that.
Ms. Weimer is going to...
Go ahead, Jonathan.
You going to address it?
Whatever you direct us, Commissioner, we'll.
I would like to amend the motion that we just approved to include an annual CPI index to it.
Second.
I have an amendment and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Please say that carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Almost got
Yep.
away.
6F5.
Okay. Would you like a presentation on 685, Madam Mayor?
No? I have a motion by Vice Mayor Woodward, a second by Commissioner Weiss. All in favor? Any opposed? Please say that the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
And just to be clear, these are for sale townhomes in Riviera Beach. Just want to make sure people know that.
For sale.
For sale.
Ad valorem taxes. Exemption.
That part,
To be clear.
To be clear, homesteaded.
for now.
Maybe.
Maybe. All right, 6F6.
Madam Mayor, would you like a presentation on 6F6?
I do not hear a request. I have a motion by Commissioner Powell. Would you
Go
like to
for
make the yes? I have a motion by Commissioner Powell, a second by Commissioner Sacks. All in favor? Any opposed? Please see that the motion carries 7-0. 6F7 is a request for approval and denial for housing bond load program with awards for workforce housing multifamily development.
Yep. Just to want to point out, Madam Mayor, 6F6 and 6F7 will be on one presentation.
Okay. And with that, I am going to, because I plan to speak.
Corrections, 7 and 8. I correct myself, 7 and 8. 7 and 8 will be one presentation.
I am turning the gavel over to Vice Mayor Woodward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. This item seeks your approval of funding recommendations made through 2 RFPs from the Housing Bond Loan Program. Those RFPs offered $21 million of Housing Bond Loan Program funding for affordable rental projects and $14 million for workforce rental projects. The slide simply provides an overview of the RFP process that brought us to where we are today. For purposes of the Workforce Housing Program RFP, which made $14 million available, workforce rental serves households with incomes between 60 and 110% of area median income. The RFP resulted in the recommendation for conceptual approval of 2 projects and denial for 1 project.
Sorry, I just wanted to check, Attorney, if we lose quorum here, does Commissioner Flores count as this retaining quorum?
You
We're
have
about
to have a
lose quorum.
quorum.
I just wanted to make sure. We have to have a quorum and.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. We've lost 2 so far, and 1's absent, so we're.
So you can't lose anymore.
Sorry, Commissioner Powell, you're staying with us, right? Okay.
We'll speed it up, Madam Vice Mayor.
This is important. We need to get through this correctly. I just wanted to make sure, because I wasn't sure if Commissioner Flores could count towards quorum. He does not.
The first project that's recommended for funding is the Village at Delray project by developer Dominion Development. They only asked for $500,000 of Housing Bond Loan Program dollars. That would be a 20-year loan, 3% interest. The project totals 192 units. The Housing Bond Loan Program funds would go towards 48 newly constructed county-assisted units. Capital stack shown here. The housing bond request, only $500,000 out of an $81 million total cost, less than 1% of total development cost. Second project recommended for funding is Lake Worth Apartments by developer Office America Group. The request is for $12.8 million. The project totals 181 housing units with 154 county-assisted units. These are workforce serving between 80 and 110% of area median income. The county investment there is $83,000 per unit. Again, the loan, $12.8 million, 20 years, 3% interest. Capital stack for the project is shown on this slide. The requested county funding would total approximately 21% of total development cost. This slide summarizes the recommendations under the workforce RFP. We had $14 million to allocate. These two recommended projects would utilize $13.3 million of that. Total $66,000 per county-assisted unit.
Madam Vice Mayor, that concludes 6F7. We'll move on to one presentation, 6F.
I don't see any lights, but I did want to ask that this total units, that's just for workforce, and we're going to have a separate number for affordable.
Yep, that's.
And this total units, that's what's been previously approved as well?
Nope, that is solely between the two projects that are being recommended for funding through the RFP.
Do we have the total after this, if this gets approved, will we be able to get a total number of both of those?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And Vice Mayor, Commissioners, before we go into the next affordable, and I should have said this at the beginning, this was the first year that we did not have kind of an unlimited source, the $200 million to work with. And so this particular RFP for workforce and affordable was probably the most challenging because all of the projects received were very good projects. And so what you'll see as we talk about the workforce, as we talk about the affordable, there are some that are being recommended for denial only because the pot of money that we had to work with was so much less. But that is not an indictment on any of the developers that submitted projects because all of these projects are projects that you would want to see move forward. But I want to make that statement and make that clear to all of you.
Commissioner Weiss, you recognize?
Thank you, Mayor. In our discussions that we had both when you came and made your presentation and also at the in preparing for this meeting yesterday, it's clear, though, that we do have money available in our loan program to be able to support all of these projects. But staff made a decision that they were going to hold back money for going into the future. And I said it to you guys then, and I want to say it publicly. We need housing now. And I speak to my fellow board members. We have projects that we could fund that meet the criteria that we have laid in place that are good projects based on what might come in the future. And my feeling on this is if we've got projects available now that we can get people housed affordably or in a workforce, my feeling is our duty to do that as quickly as possible and not wait to see what the future might bring, because the future might not bring us anything any better. So, and I know you all were planning, and look, I understand that, but I'm just speaking as somebody representing people who need housing, and I know you guys know that too. So
Yes, sir. And 6F9 is the item the commissioner is talking about where we're recommending dollars, but I'll, if it's okay, Commissioner, we'll finish 6F8.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm
No,
getting
but
ahead of you guys.
I wanted to make the statement earlier because I know the developers are in here and they're being recommended for denial, but I want to make sure all of the board members understand and the developers that submitted understand that we thought the projects were good projects. We were just working off of a limited funding source.
Got it. Okay.
Hold on, Commissioner Powell.
Quick question, the developers that are here, have they put in cards for that present? They have, so we'll have the opportunity to hear from them? Okay, and I was, that, touche. That was going to be a part of my question, and I understand exactly what Commissioner Weiss is talking about, but in addition to that, I do want to highlight, with staff, if there's an opportunity to get a better return on investment, potentially, let's discuss that so that we're making the right decision for those who are impacted. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So are we moving on to the next agenda item, but without
There was
taking
the
this?
one affordable 6F8 that we wanted to talk about, and then 6F9 really jumps into what Commissioner Weiss is talking about, and whether or not the board wants to fund more than that's being recommended.
So item 6F8 presents the recommendations from the affordable RFP that made $21 million of housing bond funds available. Again, affordable is rental housing serving 80% of area median income or below. That RFP resulted in the recommendation for funding of 2 projects and 7 other projects, their denial. First project recommended for funding is Arrow Village by developer Hope House Alliance, $7.8 million request. Project totals 84 housing units, serving a range of incomes between 50% and 70% of area median income. Total project cost is $31 million. As with, in accordance with the RFP loan terms, 20-year term, 1% interest for the affordable projects. Capital stack here on Arrow Village. The housing bond request would total approximately 24% of the total development cost.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Weiss in the Marino.
Yeah, so on this one, we're sitting in first position.
Well, when you see second there, a permanent loan of $4.4 million.
They've got their equity.
Yeah, typically the conventional lender there isn't going to want to allow the county to sit in first position over it. However, when the project goes to underwriting, typically what will happen is we'll work that out with them. They'll probably increase the size of that first mortgage, and we'll probably come down with the size of this housing bond loan till we're in a properly positioned.
Okay. At this phase, Commissioner, we follow the rules, so that's why we're right at the top.
Okay.
No, I had the same question. Okay, go ahead.
Next project, which is recommended for funding, is Broadway Apartments by developer Traybell Presidia. Requested amount is $12.5 million. Project totals 151 units, a mix of serving 50% to 80% of area median income. Total is a $71 million project. 20-year term, 1% rate of interest.
Hold on 1 second. Commissioner Flores, did you have a question?
I do. I know we're in the middle of this one right now, so maybe I'll let him finish, but then I want to go back to Arrow and Broadway together.
Okay.
I was going to ask that question. If you can go back to that Traybell Housing Development, I just want to look at the number of units. 151 units, multifamily, 50% AMI. How many units are at 50%?
21 units.
21 of the units are 50%. And
No, sir.
Oh, sorry.
That's not correct. There's 140 units that are at 50% AMI, 11 units that are at 80% AMI.
Perfect. You see what I'm talking about? I saw that and I was like, it didn't, I think slow sometimes, but it wasn't adding up to me. Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out, and I saw the principals from Traybell Housing is here, but I was confused because I was going, well, where are the rest of the units? If there's only 21 that are 50% and then 11 at 80%, so where were the rest of the units? But that's, how many units is that are 50%?
At 50% AMI, that would be 140 units. I think the difficulty is in how the information is laid out horizontally on the slide. You see studio, 21 units, then one bedroom, 64 units, and then two bedrooms, 55 units, all at 50% AMI.
I got you. Okay, perfect.
It got me too, Commissioner, for a split second.
Makes good sense. Thank you.
Can I just clarify the 80% AMI, those are all studios?
Yes, the 11 units at 80% AMI are studio units.
And they're allowed to charge $1,115 for a studio?
Yes, that's the applicable income limit.
What's the square footage on the studio?
I would have to defer to the developer for that answer.
He's
okay.
here.
So,
Please identify yourself.
Hi, Vice Mayor. Danny Morakovitz, Treble Housing. Our studios are about 425 square feet.
Okay. All right, thank you. Is there,
If I can add to that, the Florida housing rental rates actually allows them to charge up to $1,600.
for a
For
studio?
studios. Mhm.
Is it not based on like square footage or anything? It's just
No, ma'am.
studio? Okay, thank you.
Madam
Yeah, go
Vice
ahead.
Mayor, for people who are interested, he said 405 square feet? So 425 square feet. So that's about, what is that, about 20 by 20?
Yeah.
Thank you. And that includes closet space, bathroom, and then everything else is a one room. So just so people can kind of get a vision, which right now is, if you can get something for 1,100, even if it is a studio, if you're not living with somebody else, you're doing pretty good.
Commissioner Flores, did
Vice
you
Mayor,
want to
can-
weigh in right now?
Yeah, can we go back to Aero? Because that's what I wanted to. So this is the one I kind of got hung up on. Basically the same question that you had regarding the 0 bedrooms. These are studios, 50% AMI, 60% AMI, and 70% AMI, which make the bulk of the units combined. We're given almost $8 million. The rates are extremely high. And the other thing I see here, the affordability period is only 50 years, where the other project that we just saw was 99 years. Can we get the developer to come up and explain why their rates are higher than the second project? And they're stacking. It seems like we're the second highest in the stack.
Please identify yourself.
Good evening. My name is Ben Nyberg from Hope Housing Alliance. So in response to Commissioner Flores, I just want to mention that this is a senior housing development. So studios and one bedrooms are appropriate for that demographic. It's located in the Westgate CRA. The studios are closer to 500 square feet. Contingent on the final floor plan, it's kind of laying out to 480 to 500 square feet for the studios, and then about 600 square feet for the one bedrooms. So,
Could you address his question about the 50 years versus 99 years?
oh, sure, yeah. So we've set it aside for 50 years. If the commissioners would like, we would be happy to extend that affordability period to 99 years.
Is that a
Well,
request
yes.
you'd like to make, Commissioner Flores?
That's definitely a request. But my last question is, you were asking for 7.8. We're supposed to be gap financing, but yet we're the second largest lender in this stack. Oh, could you explain that?
Sure. I think what you'll see here is that our site is a little bit tighter in the Westgate CRA. And so because of the size of the site, we're not able to build more units without going into a high rise. And so, we're having to keep it kind of in a sweet spot of about 84 units to, have a feasible development here. And so what you'll see is, yes, it's the second in this, the first in the stack, but you'll see that there's a ground lease in there as well for $4.5 million. So if you take the ground lease and the permanent loan, that's about, $8.5–9 million of proceeds that actually would, if you add the two together, would come above the bond. And so the intent would be to hopefully get rid of the ground lease through underwriting and then increase our perm to be in first position.
Okay, I'm not 100% sold on this, but I'll take the 99 years for now.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Powell?
Madam Mayor, or somebody from staff, is there anything we need to do to codify that, or is it good enough that he just said he'll take 99 years? We're gonna hold him to it. I mean,
We as when the board makes its decision in terms of approval of the projects or whatever decision you make, if you add that into the motion, it would be our plan to follow whatever that motion is, provided the county attorneys have no concerns with that.
that's okay. Okay, so we'll add it to the motion.
So I just want to go back. I'm sorry. Can we go back to the previous slide? So we're 70% AMI, 0 bedrooms for seniors. We're going to charge them $1,200. I just, that just keeps me up at night. And we're investing $94,000 per unit on this one. So I just want to bring that up. I'll let you guys finish the presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to, if I can reply to that. So just because this is a 55 plus community, so it's not 62. So seniors who are, considered 55 plus are still earning income in many cases. Folks at the Westgate CRA are 55 plus. They're actively working and they're making an income. So, it's very plausible that folks making 70% AMI for the 11 units that we have that are at 70% AMI would be, qualified to live here. Another kind of thing that I want to mention is that if you look at Florida Housing Finance Corporation's occupancy report on senior properties within Palm Beach County, they're at 99% occupancy. So, that should also say something about demand here.
Okay. Well, I would agree. I have hesitancy on so many studios and very small square footage for this dollar amount. We can continue with the presentation, but I mean, this is a lot, 7.8 million to get micro units, pretty much. And do we know what the market rate would actually be on studio apartments in this area?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I don't think we have that information with us. You're asking specifically for the market rate within the Westgate CRA for studio units. I'm sorry, we don't have that with us.
Do we have any type of market rate for a similar area in the county for studio apartments?
We don't have the market rate with us, but what I can tell you is that Florida Housing's rent chart, which is the rent chart we use, allows rent for a studio to be up to $1,638.
Okay, I understand what the formula allows. I'm asking what the market actually could bear, and what would the market, if somebody were just to go and find themselves a studio apartment in this county, not in, downtown high-rise West Palm next to City Place or something, but in an equivalent area, I mean, are we subsidizing something that you could probably find at the market?
Great question, Vice Mayor. We don't have that information. We could get that information. I would say that the developer is going to have to rent these units to someone that's income eligible. And if they're going to rent these units at a price above what the individual can pay, then those units will sit vacant. We, the county, are still going to require that those units be occupied by eligible people. So we're going to continue to put the pressure on them, even if that means they have to lower rents, that they need to get someone in those units that meet the 50%, the 60%, and the 70% AMI. And so the max rents are really going to be based on what those individuals can afford to pay in those income categories.
And that is something that will be considered during the underwriting process. You asked specifically about market demand for units at these rents. That will be addressed with a market study through the underwriting process.
Okay. Commissioner Flores, your hand is still up. Did you have another question?
That was a mistake, but I do want to take the opportunity. Okay. So if we approve them at the rates that it's indicated here, that means that next year the rates will go up? Mm-hmm. Up to the capacity?
Potentially.
technically?
The rent limits are adjusted annually by Florida Housing Finance Corporation, and typically they go up. There have been some outlier years where they dropped a little bit, but yes, typically rents trend upward.
And to take that
Right,
further,
I understand that it trends upward, but my question is, earlier it was mentioned that these could go up to $1,600?
So Commissioner, what we would do is lock them in at the percentage that they are at now. So if they're at 80% of whatever the max rent is, or 75% of the max rent is, that is the max they'll be able to charge regardless of what the Florida housing rent rate does next year, or in 2 years whenever the units are built.
So they can't hike it up to the highest?
Correct.
They provided a reduced rental rate, so we're not going to let them get up to the max rent. We're going to hold them to what they've provided as a percentage of the max rent.
And that goes in the underwriting documents, contract agreement, whatever it is?
That would go into the loan agreement for the dollars, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Weiss? Oh, sorry. Commissioner Powell?
I'm looking at some of the rents here in Palm Beach County anyways. I was going to say, off of what Commissioner Flores is indicating, rents are very expensive, period. I think even if you look and someone's renting a room in a house that's occupied, they're charging over $1,000 for a room in somebody else's house. The challenge I have is with this in development, is it easier to build a studio where you're not doing additional rooms? It's a box with a bathroom, or is it, does that save you on costs when you're developing the studio as opposed to having to do a one bedroom? In terms of walls and sectioning things off. And if that's the case, I'm questioning exactly like Commissioner Flores is saying, why is it so expensive when these new units come online?
So, yeah, that's a good question. If you look at the unit mix, you'll notice that most of the units are at 60% or 50% of AMI or below. Really only about 11 units out of the 84, so 12, 13%, are at the 70% AMI. So that just to talk about the affordability here. So most of the units are at 50 and 60%.
I think his question is on construction cost.
Sure. Yeah. So typically when you have lower AMI units, right, you're kind of targeting deeper affordability, and you could achieve that by, giving folks, studios versus, like a studio versus a one bedroom. So studios are going to have cheaper rents than the one bedrooms in general. So if you're targeting deeper affordability for seniors, you want to typically have a studio at 50% AMI versus, a one bedroom at 50% AMI, because there's a rent difference there. So you want to just kind of provide some optionality there to have studios and ones.
I think what I'm trying to ask is it cheaper to build a studio than it is to build a one-bedroom apartment or a two-bedroom apartment?
Yeah,
and by how much, potentially, on average?
It really depends on the size of the studio. So the previous project that you had up here was building studios at 420 square feet. We're trying to provide more square footage at 480, 490, 500 square feet. So we're providing bigger studios to accommodate, more space, obviously. But in general, yes, of course, the studio is going to be cheaper to build than the one bedroom.
Yes. You want to clarify one more time, or Commissioner Marino try?
Interestingly enough, if the unit becomes a much smaller unit, it's like, say, 200 square feet, so now you're having a footprint of twice as many units. Now you have twice as many bathrooms and twice as many kitchens, so in essence, it's actually more expensive.
I think it really just depends on the building typology. So, it really depends on the unit mix and how big they are and what you're building.
But your costs are going to escalate depending on how many bathrooms you have to put into a particular building and how many kitchens you have to put into a particular building. So if you build a 700 square foot unit that has one bathroom and one kitchen, or you build 3 micro units that now have 3 kitchens and 3 bathrooms, it's actually going to be more per square foot for the smaller unit than it is for the larger unit.
It could be.
No, it was close, right? So, and I'm gonna let you. We're gonna move on, right? Because what I'm trying to say is, I asked the question of if you're building a studio, which is generally a box with open space. You're not building a kitchen, are you? Because it's a studio.
No, you're building, it has a full
The kitchen is inside the studio, right?
I'm sorry?
Right. In the bathroom, of course, would be separated unless it's like a
Has a
jail
door.
studio,
You'll have a full kitchen in all the studios, of course.
right? So,
No walls.
and I think, so depending, I mean, you're making a smaller unit, even if you put that stuff in, it's still going to be more expensive because you're making a smaller unit, you're not making bigger units, and you don't have walls to separate bedrooms. I mean, so you don't have fire-rated walls and all those things. You have them to separate unit from unit, right? Because obviously, in order to have an established unit, it has to be separated by fire-rated walls. But you don't have a bedroom or a separated living room, or, so my question, and we're not going to make you answer it because you skirted it a couple times, was on average, what's the cost differential in terms of saving, maybe even per square foot, if you're doing a room versus rooms? So with that being said, I don't want to belabor it anymore. I think you answered the question to the best of your understanding at this point of what I was trying to ask, so we want to move on.
Okay. Do we have
so-
cards on this agenda item? Okay. You were in F8 right now? Okay. Keep going.
Well then,
Did you finish F8, or we're still in it?
This is the end of F8 right now. Those two projects would total 235 county-assisted units. It would, those awards would take $20.3 million out of the $21 million that was available through the RFP. Thank you.
Okay. Now we'll do the cards.
all right, David Waleski. Oh, Daniel, sorry.
No problem.
Long day.
Good evening. I actually was going to speak on 8 or 9. 9 is probably more appropriate. I don't know if you want to hear my
Okay,
comment
then
now.
we'll hang on till 9. I'll put you in that stack.
Okay. Do we continue to 9 at this point?
Well, so at this point, we're seeking commission direction on 8, 6F8.
6F7 and 6F8.
Yep.
Okay, so we're going back to 6.
We need separate, we voted on
already voted on 6, didn't
6F6, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we
We're on
need,
7.
we're now on 6F7 that we need to make a motion.
Right.
We're not, no, we can't take them together.
So 7 was the workforce portion of the presentation, and 8 was the
We didn't-
affordable.
but
it's
They-
two separate
They should be-
agenda items.
They should be separate because they're two
Yes.
separate agenda items.
So we actually have 6F7 ABC,
Hang on.
right? Can we take ABC?
Correct.
Good.
Okay, hold on. Commissioner Weiss?
Thank you. So on 6F7, we have a denial for neighborly living in Westgate and I think it should be $3 million. Here on this document, it's saying 3.75 million.
That was their original proposal, and we're denying that. The $3 million that they did was in result of a best and final offer that they supplied that will be shown on 6F9.
Okay. All right, so we'll come back to that. All right, so on the conceptual approval of the Village at Del Rey and the Lake Worth West Apartments, I'm good with that and would like to make a motion to go ahead and conceptually approve item 6F7, A, B, and C, and we'll take up item B on 6F9.
Attorney Adi?
I just think you should probably put on the record as you're approving a motion, the change that was made for the
That's on the next one?
That's on the
I think.
next one,
okay.
the 5-8.
Thank you, but
Yes.
one ahead.
not yet.
Okay,
It's
so we
hard.
have
There's a lot going on.
a first by Commissioner Weiss, second by Commissioner Marino for 6F7 ABC. All in favor? Any opposed? See that passes 5-0. All right, now we will move to 6F8. We have A, B, and C on this one. Conceptually approve 2, deny 7.
And this will be the same, we'll revisit those denials?
Yes, sir, on 6F9.
Okay.
And this one also has the extended 99 years
Arrow Village will have the 99-year
on
request by
one-
Commissioner
A1.
Flores.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve F8A with the addition of 99 years for Arrow Village, and B and C.
I have a first by Commissioner Marino. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, with that, I would say I am hesitant on this one. I don't love these studios, but I will go along with conceptual approval with this point. If there's, well, Commissioner Marino, sorry, your light's on.
Actually, as someone who's been in the real estate business for years, studio apartments are actually well received. We, as a family, we've had several of those that we've rented. They're easy to rent, and they, for an entry into having a roof over your head, it's an inexpensive way to do that. So that would be, I hope that appeases you a little bit, but I know that
It's not the unit, it's the cost of construction that gives me pause.
well, the cost of construction all the cost of construction right now gives me pause on all of these. I mean, when we're talking about $300, $400, $600, $1,200 a square foot, yeah, that cost of, but again, the smaller you make it, and the more dense you have, the more kitchens you have to build and the more bathrooms you have to build, the more per square foot it's going to be. So that's why one of these is over $1,000 a square foot, because the compaction is so much. But the costs aren't going down in the future. That's where we are right now. So I realize it's hard to stomach, but we need to move this forward.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Weiss, your light was back on?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say, and I understand my colleagues' pause on this, but I want to recognize the innovation that's going on. I mean, people are trying to help us address what we need in the market. And we have limited land, and the land that we do have is very expensive. And to try and make these work for people so that, because, I mean, the alternative is they're going to have to share a place with somebody if they don't have a unit of their own. And so I applaud them coming up with these solutions to try and address the need we have in the marketplace. The other interesting statistic we know is over 40% of the people in Palm Beach County live entirely alone, meaning no partner, no spouse, no roommate. 40%. That's the way people want to live. And unfortunately, in order to make that happen, they're going to have to get creative, because they can't build these units and get to the rents that people can afford unless we get creative. So I know it's as somebody, and I know you guys don't want to hear this, but I lived in 300 square feet for quite a long time, and it was very, very comfortable. And
The ocean was his backyard.
But the fact is, they're going to have a bathroom, they're going to have a kitchen, and they're going to have a place of their own that they can afford. So.
Thank you. And just for the record, the cost per square footage for both of these it's $323 and $414. The one you're talking about, we'll be discussing in a minute.
Yeah.
So, okay. So with that, we have the first and the second. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, I see that those pass 5-0. So now we go to 6F9.
Mr. Brown will start, then I'll go into the presentation. We're going to tag team this.
So I wanted to again address how we got here. One of the things that we recognize is the need for affordable workforce housing, and what we've done with this particular item is we followed the Board of County Commissioners' lead. In past years, the board has asked us to look at best and final offers, and they've had the developers bring back a best and final. So when we looked at at the projects that were not going to be funded through the housing bond, we've asked them to provide a best and final. That's how we got here. It is so important, again, that I reiterate the quality of these projects. When you take a look at, how they scored or fared in the process, whether it is the Washington Park at 130 units or the Grace Church in Mount Calvary, I mean, that same developer, that's over 350 units. Even when we looked at the best and finals, if we were able to go back and rescore, obviously some of the scoring would absolutely be different. So we applaud the developer's efforts. Even one that's not being recommended, Great Blue, they're looking at 140 units. And so we have developers that are really working hard to bring forward units. I talked about the Grace Church and the Mount Calvary. One of the things that they're adding are for sale townhouse units that we couldn't even factor in the process because it's a rental RFP. So I say all that to say is our developers have really gone and worked hard to provide to us quality affordable housing, workforce housing projects that we can then present to you, board, to make a decision on. And so it was a tough decision because we also know that there was conversation to staff to say, hey, we want to have monies going into next year. And so we approximate that if you fund the ones we're recommending and not the ones being recommended, there's approximately $25 million going into next year with an approximate, maybe 16, 17 in the infrastructure sales tax dollars. That's a little bit more challenging to spend, so we're trying to be creative there. But to Commissioner Weiss's question earlier, that's how we arrived here, and we anticipate going into next year with $40 million in for sale, which will start the RFP this year, but approximately $25 million in rental. We're here to take the board's direction on what you want to do now versus next year. Axel?
Thank you. You got it? Go to page 3. So basically, tagging off.
And you guys mentioned, if I interrupt real quick, you guys mentioned you guys were going to do a quick version of this, and it feels like we're not going any quicker.
I'll give it a better try, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Page 3. To piggyback off what Mr. Brown just said, based on the recommendations you just made, that leaves approximately 9.3 in housing bond loan program funds, just shy of 26 million in ARPA funds, and a little bit over 37 million in HIP funds for roughly 72.5. That is basically what we started with as we looked at the following recommendations that we're going to discuss with you. First recommendation that we have is Washington Park Estates for a request of 9.7 for 50-year period of affordability, 130 multifamily housing units, per county investment of $75,000 per unit, cost of square foot 303. One thing to point out here, this recommendation originally ranked the highest in the RFP selection, but after a protest was subsequently excluded from RFP due to technical omission of a submittal requirement. We're now offering the project for consideration with non-RFP funding. Basically, this project, they did not need to submit a site plan, but they didn't let us know about that in the beginning process. Page 2 is financial stack. You'll see again the 9.7 and change that they're asking from us. Moving on to slide 6. Pinnacle on 6, the request is for just shy of $5 million, as you see, for total of 92 multifamily housing units, 68 county assisted, total square foot 382. This is where you'll see a little bit of what Mr. Brown was talking about, where originally the county investment would have been 75, but after their best and final offer, it came down to 73,515 per unit. Page 7 is your stack, again, just shy of $5 million that they're asking for. Next one is Pine Bay Landings. Their request is 6.3. That was their best and final for 86 multifamily housing units, 68 are county assisted. I'll draw your attention to the bottom. It's $359 per square foot. And again, on this one, they said that they were bare bone, so their best and final offer remained the same. Stack on page 9 is for 6.3, would be our contribution. We're coming to number 6, and number 6 and 7 are actually connected. They're basically do one with the other, which is why they were able to come down quite a bit with their best and final offer. This is also the one that Mr. Brown alluded to, that they're going to put in their 8 for sale units on each project, and they're going to restrict them as well. But we're not contributing to those 8 for sale units on each one. Quickly on the county investment on 6 would be total of 13.4. Their best and final came down from 98 and change to 7.
Along with sufficient detail within the packet of the proposal. So after that, the next step is we notify the commissioners to determine if we wanted to have it at the next board meeting, which here we are today. And so just to roughly go through, we have the 2 options now, and it has to be a majority vote. We have to it's either option 1, reject the unsolicited proposal, or 2, you can advise the staff to move forward with an evaluation. I don't know if you would need any more details. The next couple of slides.
Commissioner Powell?
Real quick question. In order for it to be an unsolicited proposal that comes before us, I believe the backup says that one of the board members have to recommend that it come before the board. Did a board member recommend that it come before us?
So what it says is that a commissioner can recommend it before the board. If we receive nothing, then we have the choice to determine to put it before the board meeting. So we determined to put it before the board.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, you're welcome. So the next couple of slides after the options of the board, I just wanted to give a quick excerpt of the Florida statute just to explain that an evaluation, it's a little bit more detailed, such as we would have to have an engineer to be able to review the proposal, kind of dive in a little bit further. I know we're here late, so I won't go into too much of the detail, but I just wanted to give some excerpt in regards to what was involved with the evaluation. And then I don't know, Patrick, if you want to add anything.
And I'll take it from there really quickly. So the specific request you have before you, the request is by Glideways to engage in a feasibility study. So it would assess ridership, demand, some conceptual design work, the business case for it, the business model of it, and be part of stakeholder engagement. Cost to the county included in the unsolicited is from $700,000 to $1 million. And that's an estimate because if you sent us off and accepted this, we would work through that part of the process. So next slide, what is Glideways? Just as a bit of background, different from a traditional rail line, what you might think, whether an L in Chicago or a subway or other things like that. Elevated tracks would be located in the right-of-way. It's an automated transit network, small 4 to 6 person cars, autonomous, and they provide a direct-to-destination ride. So it would go from spot to spot. It doesn't stop along predetermined routes. So then, specifics of the request, it's an estimated 5.3 mile elevated line that would effectively begin and end at the airport, traverse through downtown and make its way north, and what is proposed into the NOR area, stops, airport, convention center through downtown West Palm Beach. The estimate included is approximately anywhere from $100 to $125 million per mile for that grade separated, that elevated line to construct. Total estimated capital anywhere between $550 and $650. Again, one of those things that would need to be shaken out should you send us off to perform this work. They included in their operating revenue, they're estimating about $21 to $31 million, and then expenditures, so the O&M piece of it, keeping it on. I always keep saying cleaning the graffiti, cutting the grass, keeping the trucks moving, anywhere from $15 to $21 million. So last slide, a lot of things that came to mind. This is unique, obviously, and something we haven't been presented with before. So questions that come to mind, and certainly here for any board discussion on it. A, how to fund it. It's a significant expenditure in this first phase. Second part, municipal funding. This route contemplates traversing unincorporated Palm Beach County as well as the city of West Palm Beach. Who operates it? What kind of entity? The governance structure. I think we need to work through that. And then future add-on, whether we do a master plan, how you ought to add on to it, bolt on different pieces as time goes on. So those are certainly some of the ideas that we had. We're in this very initial phase. The board has those two options. And again, I'd point out, you've got Glideways here, if you had any questions along those lines. And I believe they put in a card as well. So with that, we're here for any questions.
Commissioner Marino?
I got lots. Patrick, that slide right there, how to fund municipal, who operates and all that, is that included in, I have the Glideways presentation here, and I have lots of questions, but it seems to me that we need a lot more information than what's in here, and if we go with option 2, door number 2, you actually can't get additional information from Glideways. This is something that would be internal. Is that correct?
So the way your procurement code and the statute structured, right, you have the two options. We would be analyzing what was submitted in here. So you would send us off, we would be down that structure, we would be working with them, and this early phase funding, anywhere from $700 to $1 million just to do this initial piece. We can't go back and solicit additional information to help you make a decision. You're either going yes or no on what's in front of you. If you said go, if you make that initial commitment to spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on this initial study, then we would dive into it. But you're either going or not going initially before we dive in.
It's going to cost us how much?
The estimate is $700,000 to $1 million. Now, that's something that we'd shake on this initial study, and that's something that we would shake out and work with them on establishing. We would need an engineer. I think we would want a fiscal agent to take a look at things as well from our side. I would presume, and get questions on that governance structure, looking at our long-term, what it might mean. A lot of different pieces beyond just this initial phase.
I have a ton of questions, and I don't think they would be covered in our parameters right now. Here's my thoughts. A corridor-specific ridership, I've typed them out, so this way I'm reading from the paper so I don't forget. A corridor-specific ridership study with conservative, moderate, and optimistic scenarios. A clear answer on who pays capital cost overruns. A 30-year operating subsidies sensitivity analysis, independent technology readiness review, public ownership, access rights to data, stations, guideway, and emergency protocols, exit terms, if Glideways and whoever they enter into is a P3 or the technology fails, ADA, evacuation, hurricane and flood, cybersecurity insurance, and public safety review, comparisons against enhanced bus, circulator, microtransit, and traditional people mover alternatives. I'd also like to know San Jose, where did the cost estimates end up versus the actual costs? Miami, where are they in their discussions? And TechCrunch lists pilots in Atlanta, New York, and the United Emirates. Do we have any updates on those? So that's a lot of questions that are not under your purview. So I would almost like to say, Guideways, come back to us in December, take these questions and other ones that the board has, and then let's see what happens. Because I'm not making a decision between now and November on spending any more money. So that is my opinion, and I'm only one person.
Vice Mayor, if I could,
Thank you.
Jessica wanted to follow up on one point.
To what she said, because I have more lights.
I guess before that.
And I do have three more
sorry,
comments.
go ahead.
That's okay. In the proposal here, I saw the map. A lot of this is West Palm, so I hope they're pitching in, because we shouldn't be doing all of it. And on page 13, it says developer, Glideways, and developer partner. Do we know who that partner is? So, and then the dollars, on page 17, the dollars are ideas of where the dollars can come from, not where they are actually coming from.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
I have multiple lights. Did you want to say something now?
I just wanted to clarify, and it's late in the day, and maybe I didn't hear correctly, but if the option is to evaluate, what happens is that application fee goes towards the process and the amount that it takes to like do the review. However, if it costs more money, then we reach out to the vendor that's doing this unsolicited proposal and we give them the amount of how much it would cost for us to further evaluate. I just wanted to clarify that.
I don't even want us to be in the evaluation process. I think this, if these are my two choices, A and B, I'm going with A, and asking Glideways to better define what it is they can offer us and the costs and everything else. I don't think it's up to us to do that, nor is it allowed by the procurement code. So that would be where I stand. Thank you.
Commissioner Weiss?
Thank you. All right. So I had an opportunity to actually see these little vehicles. Well, we made that trip out to California a few months ago. It's a really interesting technology in being able to move people around in a new way. I also have a lot of questions as well. I shouldn't say a lot. I have a few on how this would all work. But I think, we're not going to be able to solve our transportation, people movement needs without looking at different ways of moving people. We can't build additional roadway for most of these areas anymore. So we're going to have to find something else. Not to say that this is the only alternative. So one of the things, I think we need to understand, because in order for this to operate, it's going to need, depending on the average fare, but if you figure a fare of $5, it's going to need 11,500 trips per day. And then how do you get to that? How do you get to that number of trips? And that's based on this initial design of going from the airport, thinking about so somebody's going to have to analyze, how many people come to the airport that are coming downtown. So you need to understand how many rooms there are downtown potentially, and how many of those people are going to choose to use this system as opposed to renting a car or some other form. So somebody's going to have to do that analysis. I don't know where that lies, but that needs to be done. I also share the same questions regarding San Jose. Where, how's that working out? I think that'll be very illustrative of success or of this type of system. On the legal and regulatory side, when we're going into the airport, that requires special permission from the FAA. Has anybody broached that? Has that been looked at? So any station, anything on the airport is going to require an FAA determination. And then whether airport revenue is able to be used without violating our grant assurances. And then, so I think we need County Aviation Council to confirm engagement with the FAA before I think we move any Phase $0. I've seen the path. I don't know if it crosses the railways. If it does, that's another set of challenges. Obviously, we don't own that. The minimum vertical clearance that I looked up for railways is 24 feet 3 inches over the CSX Tri-Rail corridor, and over the FEC Brightline, it's 22 to 23 feet. And I don't know if that is estimated in the costs that were given, so we'll need to understand that. I think, the proposed route runs through Nora and the historic Northwest neighborhood. We're trying to, at least I hope, we're trying to prevent displacement. of people in the Northwood, historic Northwest area, the Coleman Park area, and would any elevated proposal through these historically black neighborhoods, I think we would definitely need community engagement with them and some type of anti-displacement framework to make sure that those people who have developed that neighborhood, lived in that neighborhood, continue to be able to live in that neighborhood. I assume Phase 0 is funded by us. Is that your understanding?
That's our understanding, yes.
Okay. What specifically closes the gap between the 90% cheaper than rail marketing claim to the 125 million per mile figure in our materials that we received? And then, again, the ridership model, which I mentioned, but that needs to be test tested against San Jose's disputed demand assumptions. If we direct you to evaluate, does that trigger the 45-day posting under Florida Statute 255? And how does that timeline interact?
So the evaluation, there would be no posting just yet. We would continue to do the evaluation, and we have to determine what departments are impacted by this in order to maybe form a small committee to be able to do the evaluation. But there would be no posting unless we choose to move forward. Then, from my understanding, according to the Florida statute, we would have to post a notice, like a public hearing.
So I think the other parts of this analysis is what's going to be the impact of Palm Tran. How might that be impacted, or are there other transit? I know the city operates some transit programs. Will there be any impacts to those? And I think we need to understand that. And then, obviously, at this point, none of the railroads have been engaged for any type of permission for any kind of crossings, I would assume. So I guess that would have to be part of your Phase 0. I think, looking at something new, I don't know. I hear what my colleagues would say. I'm very reluctant to want to spend money right now. I don't know. And you're telling me it's going to cost us $700,000 to review this? $700,000 to $1 million?
To engage in the Phase 0 study, which is the end piece of it. If you gave us that direction, we went through, brought it back to you with the evaluation complete. The ask is between $700,000 and $1 million.
And I know we have Mr. Gettinger here. He has a card in on this item, so maybe I'll wait and ask him that question.
Okay, Commissioner Powell?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Here's the deal. I wasn't going to say a whole lot. I think it's a well-intentioned, unsolicited proposal with a potential good idea. However, there's a lot of unknowns that are left to be desired here. And I thought it would be best to, and Brian, of course, we can have additional conversations one-on-one. I didn't want to put everything out here, but it may be useful and beneficial to kind of put some of my thoughts out currently. Of course, I've looked at your website. It indicates that this is coming in 2026. I was looking for a place that would indicate it's already started. I know that in Atlanta, it will be operating, and I think you said San Jose is already operating, Commissioner Weiss, but maybe in Atlanta, it looks as quickly as December of 2026, you'll go into operation with a 0.5 mile track that 0.5 and then potential here in Palm Beach County, 5.3 miles. I have a problem with regard to the discrepancy that's shown in the Palm Beach Post. The Palm Beach Post indicates that it will be at grade $1 to $3 million per mile at grade, and then $15 million above grade. However, the proposal that the slideshow that we were just presented with shows $100 million to 125 million. So that's a huge discrepancy, big red flag for me. In addition to that, we're talking about a lot of infrastructure goes through the city, county, and maybe even state roads. We're indicating that we would look into the right of way, but who has the rights to allow easements on those rights of way when we do that? I don't want to analyze this project because I'm not paid to work on it. But if I were paid to work on it, I would be more than willing to do a lot of research. But just looking at it, I've got some questions. I think for us, what we used to say in the legislature is not ready for prime time. And it may be ready for prime time somewhere else, but probably not Palm Beach County yet. Considering we're also looking at this, everybody's talked about it, this property tax proposal. Commissioner Moreno hit on a little bit. I don't think I'm willing to just, spend $700 to $1 million on a study that we don't know if this is something that we want to do yet. Autonomous vehicle technology is coming. Unlike a lot of other people, I don't want to be the first person to try it out. I didn't get the iPhone first. I wanted to wait till the kinks come out. Commissioner Weiss is on the technology, but I want to see how it works first before we directly engage. I've got a page of other questions and concerns that I have, Brian, but in order to not go into too much detail, we can talk about this offline, but those are some of the thoughts that I have before my suggestion would be similar to Commissioner Moreno's.
If I can just answer a couple quick ones, and I appreciate the offer to engage further and have additional conversations. The Atlanta project will be operational at the end of the year. It's under construction. Construction completion should happen around October and begin operation. It's a partnership with the Atlanta Airport Community Improvement District and MARTA, which is the transit authority. The purpose of that project in Atlanta is to demonstrate the technology's efficacy and scaling ability. MARTA experiences cost per mile around $800 million per mile for elevated heavy rail, and they can't deploy that system at scale because it's too expensive, right? They've collected taxes in Atlanta for decades and made promises for decades to expand their transit system and can't do it. The Palm Beach Post did pull up an old article quote that had a very incorrect cost per mile basis on a at-grade and elevated number. The numbers provided in the proposal are consistent with our current cost estimates that we've received from contractor partners that are top-tier contractors, both in California and other markets. Now, to Commissioner Moreno's question, we haven't done a full analysis on this project, and the point of the project development agreement or the phase development agreement is to increase technical diligence at each level in a risk-managed approach. Now, we could have come and said, hey, we need a $30 million design contract for a $600 million project, and that would be like, go away. It doesn't make any sense. The answer may be that $700,000 to $1 million is not the right initial bite size, right? And that's something we can discuss. But we wanted to provide you enough depth to answer some of these questions. A lot of the questions you're answering, I think we could address, not now, because it's almost 8 p.m., but in additional diligence ahead of a decision made by the board. A lot of those will still be answered later. Commissioner Weiss, you talked about the railroad crossings. We didn't feel it was appropriate to reach out to a railroad on behalf of the county when there wasn't a project, right? So some of this agreement, if one were to happen in the future, would give us and the counterparty, being the county, hopefully the city, Florida DOT, the TPO, other entities that are involved in this process, the license to have those conversations and to answer some of the tough questions and understand what exactly this looks like through that additional diligence. Commissioner Powell, you brought up the San Jose project. So the San Jose project, as well as the Contra Costa County projects, are both in San Francisco Bay Area. Both projects are P3s, so private capital is at the table. Both of those projects are partnered with Plenary. Commissioner Moreno, you asked who would be the other parties. We didn't name them here to provide flexibility to make sure they were the right partners to do the work here in Palm Beach County. That's feedback we can receive and potentially come back with an alternative and say, hey, here is the full complete team. The San Jose project and the Contra Costa County project are both phase development agreements. So they started with a phase one. They completed phase one. They had unanimous approval in both cases to move to phase two, which is additional diligence. Part of the additional diligence on San Jose is, hey, we want to do an investment grade ridership study to validate the assumptions that were made by our sub-consultant on phase one, by an external consultant to the city and the airport on phase two. And so we appreciate the need for that diligence, and we would appreciate having the county with a potential counterparty on your guys' side as an engineer, owner's rep, right, to make sure that you're not just hearing from us, right? You have that flexibility in other places. So we are here and want to be transparent and answer the questions. We understand that what we're asking is a lot of new things all at the same time, right? New delivery model, using unsolicited proposal, new technology. That's a lot to ask. And so we look forward to further engagement on the topic. But if there's any other quick, easy to answer questions, I'm happy to answer them now.
But I'll get to Commissioner Powell. I haven't weighed in yet, and I wanted to say, sorry? Oh, no, it's okay. I just, with this, it's interesting. I had my meeting with you. It's a very interesting concept. The time, I would agree. This is just not the time for us to consider this. And there's a lot of questions to go into it. And, with the estimated cost being the 700 to $1 million for the feasibility study, and that being just on us, when there's a number of other entities, I think, that should participate in that and have that moving forward. I did just want to verify with staff, though, this was sent as an unsolicited proposal. Am I to understand that none of the commissioners requested this?
I did. Yeah. I sent it.
Okay, so it did come from a commissioner.
I sent it to Joe.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you for that. And then Commissioner Powell, your light was on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Brian, what I was going to also indicate or add to conversation with regard to even Atlanta. Atlanta, we're talking about 0.5, a half mile. In Palm Beach, we're talking about 5.3 miles. In Atlanta, you would agree that Atlanta's airport and transportation system is a little bit more advanced than ours. When we get off the plane in Atlanta, and Atlanta's a hub where it's shooting you everywhere. You jump on the plane train, right? There's no plane train in Palm Beach County. So there's some challenges that stick way out for me in terms of really making this work. I just want to see how it works somewhere else first, and then perhaps we'd be, and plus, as we talk about autonomous technology, it's moving pretty quickly. How quickly will something else shift in terms of, will this be the next great thing, or will you even evolve in your model in terms of what we're looking at? This is a huge investment in infrastructure. We're also talking about, right now, there's the conversation with regard to I'm going to say it wrong, aerospace type vehicles, converter ports, what is it called?
eVTOLs.
eVTOLs. So
Air taxi.
VTOLs, just call them VTOLs.
There's a lot going on, and I think with the amount of infrastructure involved in this particular project, and we know we've got that on the horizon, there's just some things. And again, we can talk further about this offline, and we've got time to look at it, but those things are playing in the back of my mind as well. So.
Excellent questions, and happy to engage on them. The challenge for Atlanta, the plane train's fantastic, although you have to hold on when it starts going, is landside at Atlanta. So the airport, if you land at the international terminal and you need to go to the domestic terminal, you have to wait on a bus that sometimes there's a line for 45 minutes to get on. And so beyond the pilot, there are many conversations in and around Atlanta, around the airport, particularly in underserved communities south of the airport, that they can't afford to build rail, and they haven't been satisfied with the bus services. And so that's why MARTA is investing in that project specifically for that use case. It is smaller than what we're proposing in Palm Beach County, but we have discussions nationwide, and I can't necessarily disclose what those are, for systems that are much longer than 5 miles. We did complete a deployment at an airport in the northeast part of the United States as a demonstration and test, because they had the same questions, like, hey, this sounds great, but I want to see it, I want to ride it, I want to touch it and feel it. Those tests were all completed in May. Those vehicles are now back. They're going on an international deployment. Some people say, how is this going to handle the heat? The place that they're going is much hotter than Palm Beach County. So that'll happen in September. And so when we talk about what we're doing in 2026, part of that is to provide the evidence, right, and the proof to the county and other clients, national, and then all over the world, that this is a real system, right? This has the capacity to move a lot of people. And part of that ridership study is like, where are people going? A lot of riders will use it from the airport, but not everybody, right, doesn't go to their house. But a lot of people, when you see transit going to airports, it's workforce that uses it, right? Denver, the A line that goes to the airport in Denver, the primary rider for that is the workforce that goes in and out of the airport. And so how does that mix include passengers and travelers? How do we adjust the fares that if someone who's flying in to go on vacation maybe pays a different fare than someone who works in the community? There's lots of different levers we can pull there. But the Atlanta purpose, and we'd love to have you guys come to Atlanta later this year, come to our test site in California, see it. Videos are great, pictures are great, but seeing it in person, riding it is much better. By the end of this year, those things will have happened, and we can provide that kind of surety. And it's a question then of scaling it from half a mile to 1 mile to 2 miles to 3 miles to 4 miles to 5 miles. And it's possible, and even on this project, that there could be initial phases that are shorter, right? So part of the conversation is, does it need to be 5.3 miles to start, or is there a mile section that's useful? So those are all part of conversations we can have going forward, and look forward to doing that with the commissioners and staff.
Commissioner Weiss?
Thank you. First off, thank you very much, Brian. Thank you for, first off, submitting this and thinking so highly of Palm Beach County, that you all would want to be here, because we know that this is one of the best places, if not the best place in the world to be. So you're in, you picked, I think you've picked a great community to try and bring this to us. While I was sitting here and I was thinking, you know, one of the, because obviously there's a number of I think some stumbling points that I'm hearing from my colleagues, and I share some of them. One of them has to do with the cost. I mean, obviously we're very concerned right now as it relates to, you know, funding anything that we don't absolutely have to fund right now. And so one of the things I was thinking, because this does involve the airport, the convention center, our hotels, you know, is it possible that TDC would underwrite this, and how is there a process to get them engaged?
That is something we could look at. Yes.
So that it doesn't hit our ad valorem dollars. It comes from bed tax dollars, and people I mean, so, you know, I don't know what people think about that, but I mean, that might be another way to try and move this.
Commissioner Marino?
The hour is late, and there are only 4 of us, and I think this is a larger decision than just the 4 of us. If I were to make a decision tonight, it would be to reject and ask you to work, you know, it's just not enough for me. And you know, you and I have spoken about this, and I like the idea. It's not a no, it's just a not now. But I don't feel comfortable with only the 4 of us being the ones making this decision. So that's where I stand. Thank you.
Commissioner Powell, did you want to?
I was going to say, not to belabor or minimize Commissioner Marino. I'm fine if we want to make a decision today.
I'm fine making a decision today, too. My decision would be to not do it.
Well,
okay.
Let me rephrase. My decision would be to take option A today.
Okay.
Because I think we would, if we want to move this forward, we need more than just the 4 of us. So I think I would be happy to make the motion for A.
Second.
But also say, please.
Sure. I think, do we have anyone else? I'm happy to speak more. I was signed up. Does anyone else just needs to speak on the topic?
Yeah, I have one other card.
I can yield to them, and then I can come up and speak after that. And then.
You wish to speak more?
Yes.
Okay. Read the cards, please.
All right. We'll start with Amelia, is it Sherfield or Sheffield?
Sherfield.
His plan.
And good evening. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Amelia Sherfield. I'm with the West Palm Beach Mobility Coalition, and we represent employers and residents across the county. We're here in support of authorizing a formal evaluation of the Glideways proposal before the end of this year, because today isn't about choosing a system or a vendor. It's about learning whether this is a tool that could help us solve some of our most pressing mobility problems. Palm Beach County is growing, and so is our congestion, as we all know, along with demand for better connections between jobs, housing, the airport, and downtown. Autonomous fixed guideway systems like Glideways are a credible concept, potentially 100,000 trips a day at a fraction of the capital cost of conventional transit, fully separated from traffic, with operating costs potentially covered entirely by fares, and 2 to 3 minute waits in 95% of cases. What makes that possible is the dedicated guideway, a bus, rideshare, or autonomous vehicles in mixed traffic sits in the same congestion as everyone else. A grade-separated system runs outside of it without taking a single travel lane to build. That's how you expand a corridor's capacity instead of its gridlock. If successful, this could be the first phase of a county-wide network. Any line linking downtown and the airport should serve workers and residents on their daily trips, meaning connections at Westgate and Okeechobee, west of I-95. We ask that the study be complete by summer of 2027 so this commission can evaluate next steps on a timely basis. And the Mobility Coalition supports moving this forward for a study this year. Thank you.
Excuse me, you mentioned that this would fully pay for itself. What evidence do you have of that? Because we were given operating revenues of 21 to 31 million, operational expenditures of 15 to 21 million, which is kind of close to breaking even, and that's with a $650 million capital investment. How would it pay for itself?
I'll pass this over to Brian with Glideways.
Oh, no, he can answer when his time comes, but you said it.
For that, I would need to refer to my executive director, who also reviewed the proposal. We had Glideways come in and speak at our Mobility Coalition, which he runs.
Okay, well, it's important for me when someone comes to speak to us that you can actually answer the questions about what you speak on. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner. Thank you.
Okay. Did someone else have a question? No. Okay. Next card, please.
Brian.
I'm back. I will attempt to address the previous question, Vice Mayor. So the item should have been specifically stated that the system will be operationally cost neutral or have operational revenues in excess of project cost, to the point that some of those operational revenues may be able to bond project capital cost. We do expect that there will be a public engagement, whether it's the county, the state, the federal government, the city, or some conglomeration of those with private capital, we believe as well, to fund the construction of the project. I think it's unlikely that the project construction cost, as stated, which we believe is the best market estimate based on what we've seen elsewhere, will be fully covered by the operational revenue of the system. But we do expect that the system's operational revenue will cover the cost of the system to run, which compared to traditional transit, usually traditional transit covers 10% of the cost to run. This system, now to Commissioner Weiss's previous question, we need to prove that with studies of the ridership and the operational revenues. But because of the length of the line, the attractiveness of the line connecting Brightline, Tri-Rail, Convention Center, and the airport, we believe that it has very strong potential to do so. But it's just on the operational piece, not on the full capital cost. But I appreciate you asking the clarifying question. I will now use I will use less than 3 minutes because it's 8 o'clock. We are excited to be here and considered as part of this, right? That we want to deploy a system in West Palm Beach and Palm Beach County. My 9-year-old daughter thinks Palm Beach County is great also, and she complains about how many work vacations I get to go on to come down here to talk to you guys about this project, and so I would like to go on more to do that. Obviously, we're at an inflection point in the county. Over the decisions that you guys make in the next several years on transportation is going to set the stage for growth for the next 50 years. And that needs to be done responsibly. It needs to be done transparently. And we're here to be transparent and open and honest about how we can be part of that conversation. So we want to deliver a high capacity modern transit system to connect the county's biggest economic assets, to make those engines work harder for the county, the convention center, the airport. You guys have a very unique proximity of intermodal facilities with Brightline and Tri-Rail and the airport, but they're not connected. And it's often hot and raining, and people's walk shed is not very far. People don't want to walk very far, and so the ability to circulate downtown and move is something that we could support, we believe, significantly in the area, and would be a very attractive service to all the things that are happening. The vehicle's battery electric, it's autonomous, it's bidirectional, it's 57 decibels, it's not a loud train. The guideway is narrow, it's not going to be a big obstruction to see, like you see highways going through downtown areas, like it's not that. And we look forward to engaging to do that more. As I said before, we're asking you guys to do 3 things at once. New system, new proposal method, new delivery model. That's a lot, and we appreciate the feedback that we've received today. I can't answer all the questions, number 1, because it's 8 o'clock, and number 2, because we have a lot of questions and that we want to be able to engage. So what I'm going to suggest is that we, Glideways, retract the unsolicited proposal. So you don't need to vote on it. I'm the authorized representative, so I will retract the proposal, and that we will bring this proposal back later this year after we have had a chance to engage more fully with the commission and staff. Because of the unsolicited proposal requirements, it is rather rigid on what we can and can't do, who we can and can't talk to. We've had a number of great meetings with stakeholders around the region. We want to keep doing that because we think this project has a lot of merit. and we wanted to bring it about in the right way at the right time. So if you will accept my withdrawal of the proposal, we can go home.
Commissioner Weiss?
Motion to accept the withdrawal?
I'll make the motion. We accept the withdrawal.
You don't need a motion, but
I just want to say that, again, the opportunities to reimagine how we move people, it's going to require that we find a new way to do it. It's not, the ways we've done it in the past are not going to suffice for the reasons you've already elicited to. And I will tell you, when we first met, when I had an opportunity to first talk to Brian about this and their staff, one of the things I brought up is this is interesting around the downtown, but it gets even more interesting when you think about taking it way outside of the downtown and helping to connect the county up, down A1A, down something like Okeechobee, or up in the gardens, and being able to bring people to the employment centers, bring them to the shopping centers, the things that, we're not going to be able to continue to just put single passenger cars on the road. There's just not enough space on our roadways with the growth that we're having. So we're going to have to find something new. And what you guys have developed is something new that is actually able to move at the scale of fixed rail, but without the investment costs of fixed rail. So I think it does merit a really hard look by this board.
Commissioner Marino?
So I know you, or maybe you don't know, we have a countywide transportation master plan that is still working its way through things. And, the thought about the master plan was that eventually we would be able to find a dedicated funding source. And I don't know if this is something we could ever do without a dedicated funding source, but I'm happy to continue the conversation, and I thank you for being here tonight, lasting through our almost 12-hour meeting, but understanding that we're not against the proposal, because you're bringing us something that, as a county, we've asked for. We've asked for alternatives on how we move people. We just have more questions. Thank you.
Look forward to answering them. Yeah.
Thank you. And I would like to say, I do look forward to a future conversation on this. And at the end of this year, we will be understanding where we are with all of this moving forward. But I mean, for myself, I would like if this ends up being something that's a little more countywide, if we're talking moving a federal highway or something, we're connecting all of the counties. And that we would get buy-in from multiple cities at that point. And Coastal Link is something that may or may never happen. This might be the replacement for that. So I do look forward to a future conversation. It's just now is not the time. So thank you. And there's, Administrator Abruzzo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And to the points and what Commissioner Weiss said about the connectivity countywide, when I had the opportunity to see Glideways, which staff was very impressed by it, one of the first conversations we got into was connecting our entire county, north, south, east, west. He came with a map that if the downtown area were correctly, just like Commissioner Weiss said, it spanned from the highest point north, from the gardens, all the way down through Boca. It shot out to Wellington, came down 441. So the entire county was connected, but of course that's only if a portion got, if the main portion worked. And I don't know.
It's a question of where to start, right? At some level, right? And then where to go from there.
Commissioner Marino, from a staff perspective, because that's been our internal conversations, the transportation master plan is what we've been talking about, that this would likely be the place for something like this to go as we look at innovation, technology, that we don't have a vanilla plan that is typical. So appreciate your comments, and
and fully hear where the board's direction is. Thank you.
Okay, that was our last agenda item. We're moving on, are there any board appointments? No? Oh, Commissioner Weiss?
Yes, I am reappointing Varissa Laldas to I think she's on zoning. Hang on one second. Sorry about that. I want to say she's on the Planning Commission.
Okay. And there are no other board appointments. Thank you. Administrator comments? We have a motion to receive and file.
I do, Madam Mayor. We seek board direction to file the board directive report.
I have a first by Commissioner Marino.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Weiss. All in favor? Any opposed? See, that passes 4-0. Go ahead.
And then, Madam Mayor, I have to publicly state for appointing the canvassing board members for the upcoming 2026 gubernatorial election cycle. This shall be for the full election cycle. Canvass board members will be Commissioner Maria Marino, alternatives Robert Shalhoub, Tom Nadler, Tracy Ellison, and Lisa D.
Do we need a motion to accept those?
Just have to state it.
Okay, perfect. County Attorney?
None.
No comments. Are there any board directions?
Got board directive.
Commissioner Powell?
Madam Mayor, I would like to direct staff to provide the board with an update on the process by which SBE certified firms are identified and included in the pool of contractors considered for departmental projects that do not require a formal solicitation, those projects that are under that threshold, and maybe outline the process for newly minted SBEs so that they can figure out how to apply. So like the airport has projects, I think at one point we were talking about Parks and Recs that had projects that can be solicited or under a certain amount. What is that process so these newly solicited SBE firms can fall into that pool? Because from my understanding, some of the complaints have been that the same entities are favorites and are on the list that others don't know how to get into that small pool. So if staff can bring back to us maybe a public process or outline exactly how that works so that newly minted SBE firms can fall into that. In addition to that, I talked to Mr. Brown, Jonathan Brown, earlier this week with regard to some of these firms maybe figuring out a way that firms that may be a large firm in another state like New York comes into Florida or Palm Beach County, and then an entity or a person who's connected to that larger firm starts a company and they are now qualified as an SB. I don't know if that's something that we can look into in more detail, but those two specific things I would like for staff to look into for us.
No objection.
Okay. No objections. Is that clear for staff, understanding what he's asking for?
Crystal.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other board directions? Okay, we'll move on to commissioner comments. Commissioner Marino.
Thank you. I would like to request an off-site proclamation honoring Marvin Krause on his 95th birthday, and it'll be presented by his son on Sunday, July 19th.
Second.
Okay, we have a second by Commissioner Weiss. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? See that that passes 4-0.
And if my mom is still watching, my mom's 91st birthday is this Saturday, so I'm wishing her a happy birthday.
I'm glad you said that.
And happy birthday to your mom. Okay, Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, today, Edith Bush, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I've been here all day. If it's not today, it's within the next day or two. Edith Bush is in her 90s. I'm not going to say how old she is, but it is her birthday as well. So she's probably not watching now, but we'll send her the video. Or she may be watching sports. Happy birthday to Edith Bush, the executive director of the Martin Luther King Coordinating Committee, and my aunt. I also want to request a couple of off-site proclamations, a few. I want to request an off-site proclamation declaring July as Father's Faith and Family Month. Thank you.
Could we, you want to just take them all?
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
And then request approval of an off-site proclamation declaring July 10th as Dr. Elizabeth Gonzalez Bruno Day, and a proclamation in honor of Dr. Cynthia Henderson for retiring from the Palm Beach County School District. Those are my 3 proclamations.
And we have a second by Commissioner Marino. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? See, that passes 4-0.
Madam Mayor, in addition to that, I do want to congratulate Mr. David Ricks. He became the president of the Florida Association of County Engineers and Road Superintendents recently at the FACT conference. Showing, the strength of who we are in Palm Beach County, and our engineering director is the president of the association for the state. So, that's a big deal for us. I want to congratulate him. And thank you for allowing me that opportunity to, do the swearing-in ceremony. That was amazing and awesome. And thank you for our entire team for being there. Riviera Beach became an all-American city, beating out over 1,600 other cities in this nation to become an all-American city. And that includes, there were 10 cities selected, and those 10 cities include Chelsea, Massachusetts, Franklin, Tennessee, Harlingen, Texas, Montgomery, Alabama, Moorville, North Carolina, Norfolk, Virginia, North Charleston, South Carolina, Riviera Beach, Florida, Roanoke, Virginia, Woodburn, Oregon were the 10 cities that were selected as all-American cities. It was amazing to be in Riviera Beach this week for the 4th of July celebration, the 250th celebration. They had an amazing firework display and a concert on the lawn at the marina. Absolutely amazing. Glad to be back in Riviera Beach, which is known as the best waterfront city to live, work, and play. In the future, I would like to, in August perhaps, bring forth a proclamation honoring the city of Riviera Beach, but I did want to give that recognition to the city for that tremendous feat and accomplishment. Last but not least, today was a long day, but a good day, a long day, but we made it a great day today. I do want to admit that parents, the proclamation for Parents' Day, we take it in stride, but I do want to just say, my dad is still living, my mom passed away many, many years ago, but I am a product of, and I'm blessed to be able to say I had some really, really great parents, and I know some people don't have that and can't say that, but it is truly a blessing to be able to admit that I had a great set of parents, a great upbringing, who nurtured me, made me tough and smart in all the right ways, and I'm hopeful that I'm doing the same for my daughter. So it was a blessing to be able to present that proclamation today, and just be reminded and mindful as we did celebrate 250 years of the United States, that the small portion of time that I've been here, to realize that my parents really were a blessing and showed a lot of love and a lot of care. So I did want to thank that. With that, those are all of my comments. Never give a politician a mic.
Thank you. Commissioner Marino, you forgot something?
I did forget something. I wish there were more people in the audience for this, but we presented Doggy Day Out Ambassador Edition at the Florida Association of Counties meeting last week. And our workshop was one of the best attended workshops. And I have to thank Alicia Sanders in my office for spearheading this whole initiative because she was the one that got it done. And the first day Joe walked in the office, Alicia said to him, "I want to do this program." And Joe said, "Absolutely," when she had gotten turned down previously. So but there are several people in the audience. Lisa D., you were there. Tammy, you were there. Bobby was in the room at the time. And it is a phenomenal program. You heard me say we got our dog adopted today that came from Animal Care and Control. And it is of no cost to any county to do this. And the dog that we brought with us was adopted by a county commissioner from Citrus County, who is now starting the program in her county, and a commissioner from Flagler County came to the FAC meeting specifically to come to that workshop. So we're doing something great, and we are also getting recognized at NACO. So I just I'm sorry, I forgot it. It's been a long day, but here's something that really works and doesn't cost the county anything. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Weiss?
Good job.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I'm sorry I missed the Florida Association of Counties annual meeting. I think it's the first time I missed one since I've been a county commissioner, but I had the opportunity to travel to Israel with Deputy County Administrator Tom Nadler as guests of the Foreign Ministry, specifically to look at some of their technology that they have over there for local governments. Amazing what they have done. My first time in Israel, and I was impressed. Such a small country accomplishing so much. Look forward to maybe another unsolicited proposal. Who knows? You never know. Anyways, but I do at some point. I know Tom and I will want to share what we were able to see. And then lastly, this was the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence that created this fine country. We are an imperfect union on our way trying to become perfect, but we are the best country in the world. We have our challenges. There is absolutely no doubt. But when we come together and work together, there is nothing that the people of the United States of America can accomplish, and we have proven that time and time again. So I look forward to another 250 years. I will be certainly off this planet somewhere, but looking down to see this country continue to do the spectacular things and lead the world. And become the more perfect union that we all know and we aspire to.
Thank you, Commissioner Weiss. And I did realize Mayor Baxter had some off-site proclamations. Could someone read those in, the request? Or?
I'll do it.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like, on behalf of Mayor Baxter, to request approval for an off-site proclamation declaring July 2026 as Back to School / Education Readiness Month, and then requesting approval for an off-site proclamation declaring July 2026 as Digital Vibes Kids Fit Jamathon.
Second. And we have a second by Commissioner Marino. All in favor? Any opposed? See, that passes 4-0. And I'll be quick. Thank you, staff, for hanging in with us today. It's been a long one. Rest up for next week. I think we're going to have a couple of more of these next week. And I did want to say, it was the 250 anniversary, and Team USA got knocked out last night in the World Cup, but they had a good run. I would just say for us as a nation, I think I've been very happy to see the videos of other countries coming here, and some even saying Walmart should be like a tourist attraction because they just can't believe what we have here, and eating ribs in Texas, and I think that our citizens have represented us well in Boston and all the other places. And my husband's gotten trapped in Miami a couple of times with the fans, but it's been amazing. So I think that this country, we did ourselves proud, and we still have a couple of weeks left of World Cup, even though our team's not in it, but I think we as a nation have done a good job with that. So with that, we will be adjourned at 8:18. Have a good night.